Audible to you? So, good morning one more time, and we'll start from the first chapter. The first chapter is like nature and scope of business economics. Now the question is like, normally when you learn economics, we need to understand there are some, because since the economics is a specialized subject, there are some technical words that we need to understand first. Let's say there's one word called economy and economics. You must have heard, like, they say that there is a Indian economy, Japanese economy, American economy, German economy. So when I say this word, what is economy? First of all, before I let you know what is the meaning of economy, first of all, well, any subject, the subject what we learn has their own ingredient, main component, the foundation, the fundamentals. So let's talk about the mathematics. When you talk about numbers, directly or indirectly, we are talking about what? Mathematics. When you talk about chemicals, chemistry, human body, biology, plants, trees, botany. So, of course, economics is not an exceptional subject. Directly or indirectly, whenever we talk about money, it means we are talking about the economy. It means the whole economic subject is revolving around money. So today you know that without money, it's not possible to survive, because there's a term called today we do live in a monetized economy. What is monetized economy? To buy goods or services, you have to pay money. Anywhere on this planet where you have to pay money in exchange of goods or services, that place is become monetized economy. Monetized means money. You need money to buy goods and services, and I guess you know it. Like for human wants, whole human wants can be categorized either in goods category or in service category. So for survival of human, you need either goods or you need what? Services. So, and to buy goods and services, we need money. So this is called a monetized economy, where to buy goods and services, human needs money. Well, so yeah, and as I told you, like whenever we talk about money, we are talking about economics directly or indirectly. So let me tell you a little more about economy now. The economy, first of all, let's talk about the Indian economy. So when I say Indian economy, is first of all, if I call Indian economy, Indian economy means there has to be one geographical boundary, right? In India, it has a geography, of course. Inside a geographical boundary, who lives? We live, we people. not only we live, there are lot many, I mean, there are plants, there are animals, lot many things, there are so many species live inside the country. But as I told you, economy is revolved around money, money, and money. So other species, those who live inside the country, they do not use money directly. Am I correct? Have you seen that the cows and buffaloes, they go in the market for shopping by exchanging goods and services against money? Of course not. So we are the only, because money is got invented by human, right? Is a human idea. So the concept of economy, since economy is revolved around money and only human uses money, so the whole idea of economics is applied on human, only on us. Okay, so I was defining what economy means. So in short, there has to be a boundary, geographical boundary. Inside the geographical boundary we live. I'm reiterating it. Not only we live inside the country, there are so many spaces who lives in the country, but the one who uses money for buying goods or services is who? We, the human. That's the reason economic concepts only applies on human. So there's a geographical boundary. Inside the geographical boundary, who lives? We live. We, human. And we have a problems. Problems like see. Problems will, let's say, talk about the financial problem. Financial problem is the money what we want. I mean, the amount of money what we need and amount of money what we have is always, there's a gap. I guess you know it. There's unlimited wants and limited resources. So in economy, resources means what? Money, right? Means money, because everything, whatever the things what you need money to buy that. So the first resources, or you can say the father of resources, is what? In money, in the monetized economy. So there's a geographical boundary. Inside the geographical boundary, who lives? We live. And human has a need, right? Goods and services. To buy goods and services, human needs money. And the amount of money what human needs and amount of money what human has is the amount of money what we need and amount of money what we have has a difference. It means we have less resources, means less money, and we need more money. So this is called a financial problem, right? Because you need more, you have less. So this is economy. It means geographical boundary, people live inside, people have financial problems. You need more money, you have less money. So how to solve these problems, right? This is economics. Economy, you can say, is a place, geography, where people live. People need goods and services. To buy goods and services, you need money. And money is resources, as I said, and resources are always less than what we require. So how to solve it? Because of course you need more and you have less, so you have to work hard. It's how to get the resources what you want. I mean, you have to work hard to reach to that level, the level of resources you want, the amount of resources you want. So that economics gives you tool, the idea how to earn that resources, so that the gap between your need and want getting smaller and smaller. This is economy and economics. Hope you understood. Now, there's a term you must have heard. There's a microeconomics, micro and macro. Micro and macro. Now, in 1933, I will tell you, first of all, in the olden days, there used to be only a single subject. Like, not only used to be subject, there used to be political economics. It was not just economics, what the subject what we have today. It means you have to learn politics, you have to learn economics to understand the concept of whole economics. And they were not wrong, because the economics is, as I told you, is about money. And to solve the economic problem, who plays a major role? I mean, there are so many people, they play a major role directly and indirectly as well. But the major role is being played by whom? By the government. Because if we are a private people, maybe you may be individual or maybe the company, no matter who you are, private or what's it, private corporation, companies or individuals, your what's say the decisions, I mean especially the business decision, is being influenced by the government policies. Understand? The olden days, economics and politics used to be same subject. I mean one subject. They had understanding that you cannot understand economics without the politics, because the politics, I mean politicians, or you can say, yeah, the politician, or in more crisp way, compact way, we can say the government, they make the plans, and that's how the whole financial decisions of yours means individual or company, gets affected, right? So politics and economics, they used to sit together. But since you know that the politics is very, very vast subject, and same goes with economics as well, it's a very vast subject. So there's a guy from the United States in 1933. He dissected, you can say, or he divided, or he took out economics out of, I mean economics. He made one, you can say, so long back, sorry, I'm not, so long back, what happened, they thought that since both subjects are quite vast, so they thought to separate it. They made politics one subject, they made economics a separate subject. Even it's become separated from the politics, economics is still a vast subject, very, 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 very vast. So in the year of 1933, there's a guy called Ragnar Frisch from American. Ragnar Frisch. He dissected economics into two sections. One become micro, another become a macro. Okay, in the year of 1933. So I told you like basic stories, like it used to be economics and politics together, because they had understanding, and they are not wrong. They were correct, that you cannot understand economics without politics, because the whole economics policy is being framed by whom, or made by whom? The politicians. But yeah, so but later on, because there's a vastness of the subject, they thought to divide it, to separate it. So economics become one different subject, and politics become different one subject. So today, if you learn economics, they're separate, and let's say politics, they're separate. Of course, there you will see some the part of economics has really good some the chapters of economics when you learn, especially in the macroeconomics, they have a good connections with parliament, with the policies of the government. But yeah, somehow they try to restrict the economic subject more with the finance and like that, less involvement of politics, especially when the basic level economics, I'm telling you. So yeah, even when they got separated, still economics was a vast subject. So in the year of 1933, the Ragnar Frisch, an economist from the United States, he has divided economics into two sections. One become micro, another become macro. Now, what is micro? Micro normally means individual, okay? And macro is a group of individual, right? So micro means, when I say individual, means normally we have a notion that when anything which is individual is smaller. You can say somehow it's correct, but not absolutely. So let me explain you how this micro and macro you need to understand. So let's talk about the micro first. So micro is something where let's talk about, this is the 5 fingers, okay? The 5 fingers. If I take one finger this side, so the other side is a 4, right? So this is individual. That I told you, micro you can understand. Micro means what? Individual. Micro means individual, and macro means group of individuals. Micro means individual, and a macro means group of individuals. So let's say that this is the 5 fingers, right? You take one finger this side, this is individual, and this side are 4 fingers, so this is group of individuals. So I can say this is micro, this is the macro, 4 fingers together, because as per definition, as I told you, the macro is a group of individuals. There are 4 individuals coming together, making it macro, right? A micro means what? Individual, a single. But let's say if I keep 2 fingers together and 3 this side, now can I call it 2-finger micro? Yes, it's still. Now you may have a confusion that, hey, you just told me that the micro is individual, but these 2 fingers are not individual, there are 2. So now even if the one finger and four finger this side, as per definition, as I told you, absolutely this is a micro, because individual and the group of individuals, no confusion. But now I took two fingers here and three finger this side. It shows that, oh, this is the violation of the law of the definition of what you said, the meaning of what you said. No. Now there's two ways. One is individual and second is like group of individuals. Now here there's it's not individual, it's just two together. But if you compare with three, it's still small. You understand me? So here are three, here two. So this also become a micro. You should ensure that micro means individual, or micro also can be group of individual, but that group of individual is smaller compared to other group of individual. You understand me? So anything, I mean, not in economics, even in real life, everything is relative. Relative means relatively this is smaller. So if it is individual, then of course relatively is a smaller. Even it's coming two fingers together, but relatively this side is three, so this become what? Micro. Hope you understood. So micro and macro. Right. Now, hope you understood what is micro and macro in difference. And now this is called one is called economics. Normally, that I told you economics. Economics what? Economics gives you a tool how to solve economic problem, right? So economics, in economics this is called managerial economics. Managerial. Managerial economics, or we also can call it a business economics. So what is the difference in simple economics and managerial economics or business economics? Economics, I told you, very simple. There's a problem, and economics gives you a tool how to solve that economic problems. Now, managerial, it's a manager means you can say managers are the one who manages. Management is not because managing, it has a two. One is positive connotation, one is negative connotation. I'm talking about the positive connotations. So when it's a managing, does not mean you're bribing somebody and managing, because normally when you say, hey, this person got managed by somebody. So this gives you an idea that particular person who has got managed by somebody, it must have bribed, or there could be blackmail or something, so to get the things done for himself. That's not managing here. Manager means like when you are a manager, you become the problem solver. So my manager here is managing means problem solvers. So let's say example, when you sit on the chair means, when I say sitting on the chair, that means like whoever who sits on the chair. I don't mean the sitting on the chair. Sitting on the chair means like the person has some authority, right? Somebody is a manager, somebody is a chartered accountant, somebody is a government officer, somebody is a professor. So when you sit on the chair, it means he's sitting on the chair because he has some authority, right? So when you sit on the chair, why do you sit on the chair? You sit on the chair because you have authority. How you get authority? Because you have knowledge. And why you need knowledge? Because to solve the problem. So what is managerial economics or business economics? That, let's say you run your own company, or you're working for somebody else. Means either you're employee or employers. Both the cases, you have to solve the problem, right? When you're running your own company, you have to face the problem your company is facing, and you have to solve it. Or if you're working for somebody else, of course, same time, you have to solve the problem for the company where you're sitting. Where you're working, sorry. So now, when you are sitting in the chair, you have to solve the real problems, right? The problems what you're facing. Now, economics, when I discuss the idea of economics, I just tell you what? I tell you the theories, right? This works that way, this, that, this, and all. But when you do sit on the chair, now we are facing the real problem. The real problem needs a real solution. It means the theory, what you have learned while learning the concept of economics, you have to implement that theory, right? And when you implement the theory, what does it mean? It means you become practical. You have to be a pragmatic. You have to adopt a pragmatic attitude. Pragmatic means practical. So when you are a manager, you are a manager. Why? Because you have authority. What manager means? Authority. Why you got authority? Because you have a knowledge. And why you need knowledge? You knowledge to solve the problems. So when you sit on the chair as a manager, manager means problem solver. Let it be your own company or you're working with somebody else. Now you have to implement the theory, what you have learned. It means you have to be practical. This is called managerial economics. Managerial economics means practical application of the knowledge, application of the theory, what you have learned to solve the real problem is called managerial economics or business economics. Business means like, yeah, business means the same thing. I mean, when you do business, I mean, of course, you face lots of problems, right? So, and which to solve the problem, you have to implement the theory. We have to adopt a practical approach. So, managerial economics and business economics both are same. Understand me? But difference in economics and managerial economics or business economics is economics. I mean, learning the theories, concepts, and when you sit on a chair as a manager in the business, that business could be yours, and business may be your. You would be working for somebody else. In both the cases, you have to implement the practical knowledge, right? That is called money. So economics, normal economics, theory, managerial economics, or business economics is practical. Very simple. Now come to, you can say, if I talk about microeconomics, now let me tell you something. Microeconomics, I told you, individual, right? Let me give you an example. Pricing theory. Or let's make it simple, pricing of the product. To make this thing simple, pricing of the products. Let's say example, you're running a company, you have produced some product. It may be goods or service, anything, but keep it a goods, for example. Now you have to fix the price of the commodity, the product what you have produced. Now, how will you fix the price of the commodity? What attitude you will adopt? That would be micro approach, or that would be macro approach. What it would be? So when you fix the price of the commodity, you cannot do the macro approach. Let's example, you have made 1,000 units of particular items, and the cost accountant is reaching out to you. Let's say you're a company owner. He's reaching out to you, sir. What shall be the price of the product? Let's example, you made a biscuit packet. Example, biscuits. What shall be the price for one biscuit? Now, can you just randomly say 20, 10, 100, 50? No, that's not a way. Because if we're just saying randomly, let's say, okay, sell it at 50, without knowing that how much cost you have incurred for that products. Understand? So if you do not know how much cost you have incurred for the products, or just randomly saying, make it 50, is it the right decision? No. Let's say the product, what you're selling, the quality of the product, what you have produced, there are similar kinds of product in the market, and they sell at $20 and you are selling at $50. Do you really think though? Do you really think that your product gonna get sold in the market? I don't think so, because the people have same option or maybe a little better option than yours, or make it simple, same options, but the same kinds of products, quality of the products, the people can get at $20. Why they're gonna pay you $50 for that, right? So when you fix the price of the commodity, you cannot just have a macro attitude. Macro means, okay, you are just fixing the price of all the packets of biscuits together, or make it 50. No, because macro means what? I told you, group of individuals. All the individual biscuit packets are here. Now we're gonna fix the price. You said make it 50 or 20 or 100 or whatever. No, that's not our approach. So when you fix the price of the commodity, price of the products, you cannot have the macro attitude. You have to have a micro attitude. Now, example, let's say one packet of biscuit you have produced. I mean, 1,000 packets of biscuit you have produced. Now, what shall be the price of one single packet of biscuit? How will you reach there? First of all, you have to see, the factors of production. To produce any goods, you have to have what? Factors of production? I mean, land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurs. So land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurs you have. Now, how to fix the price of how to reach reach to the price of the products. Now, if you want to reach the price of the product, first of all, you have to understand, you have to calculate how much I have paid a rent, how much I paid land, labor, capital, entrepreneurs. These are factors of production. The land, how much I did I pay rent? For labor, how much did I pay wages or salary? For capital, how much did I pay interest? And what is my profit expectations? You know that in a market, if you are not a monopoly market, all kinds of other market other than monopoly, you only have a normal profit. So whatever. So let's say you're 2 rupees you paid for rent, 2 rupees you paid for labor, sorry, wages and salary, 2 rupees you paid for, let's say, the capital interest, and 2 rupees your profit. The 2 fours are 8. So 8 become your cost of production. You understand me? Then you can add some indirect taxes, the GST, what you call in India, and then you can sell the product. So now tell me, to fixing the price of the commodity, have you not gone individually? Individual means how much I paid for rent, how much I paid for labor, how much I paid for capital, what is my profit expectations, and then you reach to the final product's price, right? So that I'm telling you, when you fix the price of the commodity, we have to adopt the idea of what? Micro. This cannot fix the product price using a macro idea. You may be in trouble. So this is what micro. There's similar kinds of example which is given. I'll take one more example, then move for the next one. Like example, consumer behavior. What is consumer behavior? Consumer behavior now, like when you launch your products in the market, of course, like, can you just expect that all the consumers are going to behave a similar way? Of course not. Consumer has different people. We call it people, different people. Of course, why be different? Because everybody thinks differently. Not everybody, but most of them. I mean, there you could find some people, the good chunk of people thinking similar way, but still there are lots of diversity. People, otherwise, if everybody will think same way, then let's example of a soap, any soap brand. So if everybody thinks the same way, everybody get convinced with the same kind of advertisement, everybody get convinced or get impressed with the same kind of packaging and marketing strategies and a brand ambassador of the products, then everybody will buy the same product. But is it so? No, of course not. There are not many people. There are many the kinds of brands of one product exist in the market across the globe, and of course in India as well. And everybody buy differently because everybody thinks differently. All consumers' attitude are not same. So if you are launching a product and expecting that all consumers going to behave the same way, this is not possible because fundamentally, naturally, they are not same. So let's say you're launching a product, so you're in a market there, let's say in an area which your target customer is 1 million, and you're expecting, this strategy I'm going to adopt, 1 million customers are going to come and buy the goods from me. No. You have to be very, very specific. I should not say individual, but you can say the individually. You have to understand the psyche of the individual customer, and then you have to make a plan, maybe advertisement plan, maybe economic, price of the products, because all the consumers are not all the consumers are not fall in the same economic category. Economics, when I talk about the economic class means rich and poor. So there are lots of diversities among the consumers. So if you want to understand the consumer mindset, how they're going to behave against you, how they're going to behave, for your products you're launching, maybe goods and services, you have to have an individual attitude. You have to understand the individual customer attitude, how they behave, and then you'll be successful. So likewise, product pricing, as I told you, consumer behavior, factor pricing. Factor pricing means land, labor, capital, entrepreneur. So when you pay the land rent, you cannot pay the rent for a same rent for all kinds of lands, because lands are different. So different land will have different pricing, right? It's not like, let's example, you have a 10, 20 outlet, the stores. The 20 outlets, you're buying, you're taking the 10, 20 shops across the city. Are you going to pay the same rent for all the outlet? Of course not. The outlet which is in very the very posh area where you can expect a good amount of customers, where the economic standard of the customer is pretty high. Of course, you have to pay more rent, but this same size of the shop, or maybe a little bigger than that, if you're renting in the remote areas of the village. Of course, you won't pay the same rent. The rent what you're paying for the shop, which is very posh, very, very elite area. So yeah, especially when you give the rent, you have to be micro attitude. You cannot say that all the shops what you have taken on rent you're going to pay the same rent and same. The seller of the, I mean the owner of the shop, they will not accept the same. They will not accept the same rent for the all kinds of stores. You understand me? So this is like fixing the price of the commodity, understanding the consumer behavior, or fixing the factor pricing, how much I should pay for the land or labor and entrepreneurs and capital. They varies. Very means you have to have a individual attitude. So this is what like this all these cases microeconomics will help you. Let's talk about macroeconomics. So let's talk about macroeconomics. Macro, as I told you, if I say, I'll just write it here. If I say individual income. Individual income is like Mr. A, Mr. A. Mr. A is an individual. So when I try to understand a Mr. A income, what I'm trying to, this is a micro approach or a macro approach. It's a micro because of course this man is individual, right? Let's talk about, I say national income. National income. So it's a national income. Now, what is national income? You know this. National income is the income of the whole nation. Those who work, those who make money, those who work and make money, their income, when you add the income of all those people, those who work and make money against the goods and services, it's called national income. So when I talk about national income, I'm talking about the whole India. Whole means what? Aggregate, right? All the people together. All the people together is what? Macro. So when it's individual income, micro, national income, macro. I talk about employment. Have I talked about employment for Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. C, Mr. D? No, I'm talking just general employment. Because I'm talking about employment for the whole country, right? Employment. Macro attitude, macro approach. Then it's called, let's example, price level, general price level. What is general price level? General price level is something like, you know, we call it inflation, by the way. Not inflation, sorry. General price level means the price level of majority of the product, right? And you know that inflation we call when the price of the general increase in price. General means that if there are 100 commodity, out of 100, the price of 80%, 90% products have increased. That's called inflation. So I'm not talking about, I did mention particular what? General price level, not a price of tomato, or not a price of potato, or not a price of the apple or orange or melons. Not individually. I'm talking about all. All means what? General means what? Overall. General means what? General means overall. Overall means what? Macro. Understand? Let's talk about the growth and development. What is growth and development? Growth and development is something. One second. Can you hear now? Still his voice is breaking. Or you can hear it properly. Okay, so growth and development. So growth is development, like, of course, let's say who has a responsibility of growth and development? Growth, government responsibility. Development, government responsibility. When governments talk about the growth, government does not talk about the growth for the particular region. It's all about overall growth, right? When I said India is growing, right? India will make sure that India should grow. We make sure that India should develop, or the particular state should develop. It's not, government never talks about the growth of development of single individuals, right? It's a macro attitude. So when you talk about the growth and development, general price level, employment, these all are a macro matter. Hope you understand this. Now, Uh, let's talk about the, you can say the business economics. I just told you business, right? BUS in business economics or managerial. What is business or managerial economics? Business and managerial economics is like, sorry, it's a practical approach, right? When you learn the economics, you learn a theory, but when it comes to a business economics, you have to implement the theory, what you have learned, because now being a manager, you will not gonna face the fiction problem, the imaginary problem. You're gonna face the real problem now. So to solve the real problem, you have to practically apply the theory, what you have learned, right? So it's called business economics or managerial economics are a science. What is science? Like when you solve any problem, there has to be, I mean, if there's a problem, there's a reason. If there's a reason, then solve the reason and get the problem solved. You understand? If there's a problem, there must be some reason why there's a problem. The companies are struggling with not getting a proper sale. Companies, the products is not great. The management is not doing great. So there could be some reason, of course. So you have to find the reason and hammer that reason positively and get the problem solved. So, and science talks about what? As I said, business economics is science. Science is what? You know, the systematized body of knowledge, or you can say science is nothing but a relationship of cause and effect, right? So when you solve the problem, being a manager, as a manager, as a manager, you have to implement the practically the theory what you have learned in practical to get the problem solved, correct? So so here you have to implement the idea of what? Science. Why science? Because science talks about cause and effect. As I told, if there's a problem, there must be some cause, and you solve the cause. When the cause, the reasons, you understand, oh, because of this is happening. You solve that and you see the positive result. This is what? Science. Because science establishes a relationship between, what's it, cause and effect. You can say business economics is science. Plus, one more thing, like when you solve the problem, business economics problem, you have to adopt many other subjects so that you can solve it. Because economics, as I told you, like when it started, it's a vast subject. It's not easy subjects. No, I should not say the easy subjects. I mean, you have to have knowledge of different subjects, then only you can solve the problem practically. Like, you know, we call it the econometrics, where we solve the statistics and the mathematics to solve the economic issues, economic problems. It's called econometrics. Same time, as I told you, to solve the financial problem. Who faces the financial problem? The whole society, right? Not, of course, individual also faces the financial problem, but individual is also part of society. So when government makes any plan to solve the economic problem, government will come with a policy. Am I right? And when government comes with a policy, government has to understand how this society is, you know, demography, how the society is woven, you know, weaved. How the society is weaved, how many male, how many female, so how many male, how many female, what's the population growth rate, this and that. They need to understand, then only they can make a plan, right? If they should, so what's the rate of birth rate, what's the rate of death rate, how many sex ratio, everything government needs to know, so that they can frame a proper policy to solve the problem. So this economic understanding, economics theory is not enough. You have to understand the psychology, sociology as well. And plus, you have to play with the numbers. So number is statistics or mathematics. So just see, you have to know mathematics or statistics. You have to understand the sociology. You understand the economics. What's the theory? So after knowing the 3-4 subjects, then only you can solve a problem. Or there are politics as well. You know, polity, because as I told you, all the economics problem on macro level being solved by whom? By the government policies, like acts and laws and all this. So you need to understand the politics as well, the polity and politics both. So polity, politics, mathematics, sociology, economics. So after understanding all the 4 or 5 subjects, then only you can solve the one problem in economics. So it's called, so this economic is a matter of you need to understand different subjects just to solve one economic problem. This is one features of, you can say, business economics. Just one subject may not work. Understand? Likewise, they say the business economics is an art as well. Economics is an art. Now, what is economics and art? Art means like, tell me one thing, like example. you wanna cook today. You're gonna cook today. So we're gonna cook today, and you don't know the recipes. So what to do? Like the best things today is you can go and access to the what YouTube channel, right? And you have seen everything, all the cuisines, sorry, all the recipes. You wrote everything perfectly. You went down, you bought everything, and now you start cooking. When you start cooking, everything is so perfect, right? Because all the ratios and this and that. Okay, I'm just telling you a very practical idea. You would have faced, probably you might have the same similar experience. So now you're doing it, you're cooking, but at the end, eventually when the food is ready, it may not taste as good as you had expected to. You know why? I'm just telling you the reason. I guess you're going to be agree with me. So this is one. This is science. Science means on everything and why you need this ratio, why you need to put this one, why you need to put that one, all the ingredients in the particular food or particular dish you're making. There's a reason behind it, right? The person who has made the video, he understands like what should the ratio and all that. But still, it did not turn out to be a great very tasty dish. But you see the mom who cooks in kitchen, and when she cooks in kitchen, like she might be busy on the call, she's talking to somebody else, same time she's doing a lot many tasks. She did not even pay attention. It seems like, of course, she pays, but it seems like she's not very much concerned about the ratios, the amount of amount of the ingredients she's putting in that particular dish. But she has a little casual attitude, it seems, and yeah, but she also not paying as much as attention as you were doing, like when you saw the the video and tried to be very perfect with the dish. But still, mom, the food comes out to be delicious, very, very tasty. What makes it? It means, I'm not saying that, of course, you should know the the law. Without knowing the law, of course, you cannot implement it. It means you should know how to cook the particular dish, right? But just knowing means what? Science, cause and effect, as I told you. Just knowing is not enough. How to use that knowledge, that is called art. This is some people, they maybe they have lots of technical knowledge, but they are not great with the outcome. When it comes to outcome, the outcome is not as smart as he or she was expecting it to be. But so you need to have the idea. You should have all the cuisines. I mean, all the ingredients to make the particular dish. But at the same time, you have to have art. That all the knowledge what you have, all the science what you have, that how you put those science in action to get the best result out of it is called art. Understand, economics and art as well. Just knowing the sociology, knowing the mathematics, knowing the statistics, just knowing the economics theory may not give you a desired result. You have to know that. You should know that how to use all this information to get the best desired result. This is called art. Hope you're understanding, right? As I told you, economics, when you implement the economics idea, especially business economics and the management economics, you have to be pragmatic. Pragmatic means it's not theory anymore, because now it's not like you're sitting in the lecture and try to mentally, intellectually, you try to logically solve the questions. No, now you're sitting on the chair and you're not facing any imaginary questions. You're facing the very practical problem. So you have to have, being a manager economics or manager or business economist, you have to be very, very practical. Then only you can able to solve the problem. Now the 2 words and that question is over. One is called normative economics. One is called positive. What's the difference in normative economics and positive economics? Normative economics is something like let's talk about the positive first. Positive is the facts, right? Fact means what it is a positive economics. And normative, what it should be, is a normative economics. Understand me? Let's talk about India is growing positive, right? India is the most populous country on this planet. Population I'm talking. It's fact, right? We are the most populous, but according to data, as per data. So we are. These are the facts. Like Pakistan, a country who has sponsored terrorism, all the world knows that. It's called positive economics. I mean positive, not economics, sorry, positive. Positive means anything which is fact. Positive economics means the fact related to economics idea. Like there's inequality exists, the less women are in the workforce, right? More of our male, discrimination happens, this and that. So any economics facts reality is called positive economics. Normative is something like what it should be. Let's say there is a inequality exists in between male and female at workplace, example. Then that inequality should get eradicated. That should not be there, right? So this is called normative economics. Normative economics is like what it should be. Just imagine, you see the lots of in corporate sector, in the government as well as corporates. People allege that hey, the kind of women should get represented in the top management of the companies. It happening across worldwide. Some country less, some country more. Like let's talk about the country like India, where still we think like the less women are on the top, or it's like in any corporates, any big positions where big position is the one who holds powers. In that case, like women representation are a little less compared to the male representation. That should get solved. So anything like what it should be. India is a developing country, is a positive. India should be a developed country, it's a normative. You understand? Positive means what it is, the facts, realities. Normative means what it should be. This is a lot nature of, you can say, the business economics. So major things we have done. So I guess the major things what the first unit of the first chapters is being done, and now we'll move for the second unit. Somebody has written Sheikh, Mr. Sheikh, are you able to listen to me? I mean, is it still voice is cracking or is breaking, or you are able to listen to me properly? If you could answer, would be great. Listen. Okay, fantastic. Now the second unit talks about some of the basic, the problems of economics. Now see, what is the basic problem of economics? They say there are 4 or 5 problems. What to produce, how to produce, for whom to produce, how to distribute. Last one, what provision should be made for economic growth. For economic. Just give me a few, and I'll just see. Give me 2 minutes. Okay. So first the question comes in the basic problem of economics, like what to produce. There are two types, we're going to discuss the types of economy. There's a socialist economy, capitalist economy, mixed economy. So what to produce depends upon, first of all, if you are especially in the capitalist economy, you produce the things which is in demand, right? I mean, what people want, accordingly you produce. If especially, so we say that in capitalist economy, the production decision is made by the who makes it? The consumers. You understand? And accordingly, you try to produce the goods which is more in demand. So what to produce depends upon the consumer demands. How to produce, it depends upon like how to produce, like the different ways of production. Like you can use let's say the technology more, you can use more labors. So we call it capital intensive, we call it labor intensive. The country which has more capital, is that capital become cheaper. In that country you'll use more capital for production. The country where there's more labor, and so more labor supply, if labor supply is more than the price of labor is cheap, then you'll use more labor for the production purpose. So it depends upon where you're doing business. If we're doing business is a capital intensive country where the capital is more, capital become cheaper. Capital cheaper is better for business person to use the capital, so he'll use more capital. When if you're doing business in a country which has a labor intensive, it means labor supply is more means labor price low. Labor price is low means you'll use more labor for production purpose. So how to produce depends upon which country you're doing business in. For whom to produce? Of course, for whom to produce, like you should have the target customers, like male or female, economic status. You are targeting the big rich people, you're targeting the poor people, you're targeting the middle class people. For whom to produce? For young people, for children, for the old people. That you have to see. How to distribute? Many times it happens like you have to produce your product is best, but the product is not reaching to the right person. That's the problem, right? Sometimes you must have experienced that. You see the I would say the advertisement on TV, or advertisement on other means of other sites on internet. But when you really got convinced with the product, or you really want to have that product, but go to the shopkeeper says out of stock 2 or 3 times. You go and they say, oh, no, the product is not available. So what happened? You decide so not to buy the product because you cannot rely on them. So this is how distribution is not easy to have. Distribution depends upon lot many things, but majorly the distribution of the product depends upon the infrastructure. That's also very major things. And what provision you should make for the economic growth? I mean, you should do something like, see, production of, there's the bad things like the intoxications. I mean, intoxication like the illegal things like the ganchas and the drugs and all that. So that also can be produced and they can make money, but that will not going to contribute anything. It's growing the economy, right? So you should produce something which really helps growing the economy. Growing economy means you add values in the economy. Then only the productions will help the country to go up. So when you sit and try to understand what kind of problems a business person face or an economic face, so we have some fundamental problems: what to produce, how to produce, for whom to produce, how to distribute, and what provision you should make for economic growth. When to produce is not an economic problem, because sometimes they ask you. So when to produce is not your problem. When to produce is the problem for, it's not an economic problem. That's up to you. Like whenever you're comfortable, or like there are lot many factors work. Lot many factors when you start a production. That's not a problem of basic economics. Economic problem is when you start a business, then which kind of problem you're going to face. And if you solve all this problem, what to produce, you're doing correctly. How to produce, you're doing correctly. Whom to produce, for whom to produce, you know it. How to distribute, you have a good infrastructure. Your product is reaching on time to the customers. And you're doing, the production is happening of the products or goods and services which are really helping the economy to grow. If everything, all the answers are being solved positively, of course, like you're going to make money, and at the same time the economy will also grow. This is the basic problem of economics, and this problem we have to solve before entry into any business. Hope you're understanding me. Okay. Now, it's called economic system. What is economic system? Now we have three types of economic system. First is capitalist. What is capitalist? We're going to learn the capitalist, socialist, and let's say mixed economy. Socialist is something like, capitalist is something like where the major factors of production are in the hand of private people. What are the factors of production? You know, land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurs. It means majority of business activities is being controlled or held by whom? The private players. Okay, so capitalist economy is a classical example of capitalist economy in the world is the United States of America. In America, the first country which has adopted officially the capitalism. It's not America officially. It's by the British first, because it was the idea of capitalism being proposed by the British economist Adam Smith. You must be knowing, the father of economics people they call him. So, but yeah, one of the oldest economy, you can say. Why I don't call it, okay, let's not make it complicated. So the United States is the capitalist economy. Where, what is capitalist? Where the major factors of production are being controlled by whom? The government, so by the private people. Now there are some problems, of course. Any system, you cannot say the 100% is everything in the system is the best, or you cannot say 100% in the system everything is a bad. So there's a mixer. The good side and the bad side of capitalism we're gonna see. What is the good side of the capitalism? Features first. Sorry, first we'll see the features first. Some features. Features. First one. Means of production. Privately owned. Okay, as I told you, factors of production: the land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurs. These are held by whom? The private. This is one feature, as I explained you already. Freedom. Freedom of business. Like most, as I told you, like this market, capitalism, the intervention of the government is very less. I wouldn't say that the intervention is absolutely zero. There's no intervention by the government. Of course, there's an intervention, but intervention by the government is not much. Most of the things being decided by whom? By the market itself. Market means, you know, demand and supply, right? The consumers and the producers. So here, which kind of business you want to start, you have a freedom of choice. Okay. Allocation of resources. These are the features. Allocation of resources. As I told you, the primary resources of today economy, monetized economy is what? Money. Correct? So how you allocate the resources, that depends upon the people's choice. Let's example, you have a 100,000, that is 1 lakh rupees, and you are producing three products A, B, and C. And the product, so what you did initially, you initially divided that 1 lakh rupees, that's a capital, 33, it means equally this much, 33.33% you are spending on goods A, then goods B, and goods C. I mean, it means for production. But what you say within a market, the people like goods B a lot, more than goods A and goods B. It means you're able to make more money, you're able to sell more commodity, more units of goods B. So what will you do eventually? Will you not divert some resources from A and some resources from C and put it into B, right? Because B gives you more money, more profits, more in demand. It's called allocation. When allocate means distributions. When you allocate the resources in privately in a capitalist economy, it's who decides it? Consumer preference. What consumer wants, in that direction we allocate the resources. So these are, and you know, the very, very simple idea, the main idea of the private capitalism is what? To make what? Profits. And the profit is not normal profit, profit is supernormal profit. I guess you know what is supernormal profit and normal profit. We're going to discuss in market, but still I'm telling you. Okay. So these are the features of capitalism. Now, as I told you, there's a good side and bad side of capitalism. Let's talk about the merit. Merit or made it. Good side. Let's say this is a very simple idea. Like say you work in a government, you work in a private. When you work in a government, no matter you perform or you don't perform, there is a fixed time for a promotion. You get paid. It should not be, but that's a different story. We are not talking about that. We're talking about the practically. So when you work for the government companies, like you have less responsibilities. Even like you perform, you don't perform, you get paid. But when it comes to private is all about performance. You're working for the private company. If you're not performing well, probably you're not gonna sustain in that company for long, right? Or if you're sustaining that, you won't get good pay and good incentives and all, right? Because it's all about performance. The one who perform the best, they're eligible to get the best return in terms of their remunerations and other benefits. But so what's the good side in capitalism? Like if you work hard, unlike the government, you work hard or you don't work hard, your salary is fixed, your after certain years or up to certain time, you will get a promotion. So these are fixed. But here does not happen like that. We're in capitalism. Capitalism is like if the person who is a hard worker, they do get awarded, right? So incentive for hard work. Okay, in where? In capitalism, you get incentive. Incentive is benefit. If you're doing hard work, you get promotion, you get more pay, other benefits, and all. As I said, faster economic growth. Of course, like as I told you, in the government, they don't have any performance pressure, right? You perform, you don't perform. Like don't take me wrong way. I'm not demeaning them. I'm just telling the facts. Of course, it's getting better, but this is what it is: positive economics. So in private, you don't get. The government, you don't get like incentive for hard working. Growth of economy is not fast in government socialist economy because they're secure. Once you got the job, you don't have a performance pressure, as I told you. So production is low, development is low, growth is low. So of course, if everything is low, then economy will not going to grow at faster rate. But here, as I told you have to prove the best. You have the best performer. Best performer giving you incentive to you, more pay, more benefits. At the same time, it's also helping economy to grow because economy is made up of all these kinds of. Economy is made up of us. So if we perform well, of course, it's like the team of the cricket. If one player perform well or two perform well, two players played well, ultimately we're gonna win the match. It's not like that. It's an individual credit, right? So if everybody is doing good, economy will grow. If everybody is not doing great, of course, it will affect the economy negatively. So. In capitalism, you have the performance pressure you have, you're performing best, and outcome is what? Economic growth very faster if you compare with the socialist economics. Of course, as is work standard of increase, right? Very simple here. If you are working well, you're getting paid for this incentive and the salary is good. Of course, your standard of living will increase. So all these things are the good side of what's your capitalist economy. There are some bad sides as well. It's demerit. What is demerits? Like, tell me one thing. Are we all equal? Of course not. We are different. If we are different, then of course our performance would be different. Can you perform the same way? No. Me and you are different in skill and everything. So if, let's say, I'm not great performer, in company, and you are a great performer, then what will happen? You're going to get more paid, I'm going to get paid less. So ultimately what it creates? It creates inequality in the society. There's some people, those who are, and this is not something like, it's a natural thing. It's about Sorry, it's about natural things. I mean, you cannot expect everybody to be good with the mind. You cannot expect everybody to good with the physically. They're very strong. So everybody is different. There are not many factors are reasons behind it. I'm not going in there. So what happened? Demat is like, if you're performing well, you're gonna get paid more. If you're not performing well because of some genuine reason, you're not gonna pay more. This is what you're not gonna get paid more. This is how capitalist economic works. So the person who perform well, they get paid more. The person who does not perform well, they get paid less. This is practical, and this is not. There's no wrongdoing in it. You cannot. Let's say you are running a company, and will you pay the same salary to all the people who are performing well or performing not well? Of course not. The CEO will get more pay because he's performing well. He has a more responsibility. He's a reason for the company sustaining, making revenue, and all these things. So here there is an inequality of income exists. Inequality of income. You understand? Then is exploitation. Sorry. Exploitation of consumer, like it's like, see, when you see like some company since in more capitalist economy, the major companies are in the hand of whom? The private. When the major company are in the hand of private, it means you can say the private have kind of monopoly, not exactly monopoly, but the major things you'll buy from private people. Government is there, but in a minimum. And if this is a very simple idea, because as I told you, like business person, being a private business person, what is your intention? Your intention to make profit, not only just profit, but a super number, a lot of profit you want. So of course, because when you run a company and you know that the major 60%, 70% markets are private people, then of course, like they'll charge the high price for the products because they know, the seller knows that even if they're charging high price, you don't have other choice. But because only few companies, or maybe he's a single company who makes that products. So in that case, in this situation, what happens though? I mean, consumer knows it. The price what this company is charging is way beyond the quality of goods the company is offering or service company is offering, but you have to pay because you don't have choice. So here what happened? Sometimes consumers get exploited. Of course, there is a government to protect all these things, but government also has a limitation. So government cannot poke nose everywhere. So this is one problem where consumers are getting exploited. You know that if you are a private people, monopoly. Monopoly is single seller. If you're a single seller, you're gonna make lots of profit, correct? So if you wanna make a lot of profit, what do you have to do? You have to create monopoly. Monopoly means like you don't allow other companies to come in the same market so that you will have monopoly. You sell as much as you want, kind of. So, and I told you, like, it's not good to have a monopoly in the market, right? Because if somebody has a monopoly, he knows that the product what he or she sells, nobody else sells, and that's how they intentionally charge more money from you. So this is creation of monopoly powers. Which is not good for customer. One more thing. Well, business cycle, I guess you guys have already, I guess you know it. The basic, at least, the business cycle likes ups and downs in the economy, like trough, towards expansion, boom, slowdown, or recession, or depression, trough. That's the phase I'm talking about. So what happened in economy, which is capitalist? Everybody thinks about themselves only. Nobody thinks about the economy, right? Economy is a country, you can say. Country economic, I mean. So I do business and I just look for my profit. My competitor do business and he or she just look for his or her profits. So here the means everybody doing for their good. for that they should get benefit, this, then that, this, that, and but nobody thinks about the country. So what happens in the whole bargain? Or I'm just looking for my own benefits. We ignore the country and we take decisions which will affect, which shall affect the economy or country negatively, but you don't care. And that's the reason when you leave the economy on the mercy of the private people, they just look for their own profit. They don't care about the economy overall. So in that economy, you face quite often a depression or recession. In capitalist, good side is often recession or depression. You understand? So these all are the problems of the macroeconomics. Hope you guys are getting it, right? Okay, how consumers are exploited in capital demerits. Oh, exploited means like, let's say the take example of the talk about this Indigo, right? Indigo right now. So Indigo company, the airline company, has 65% shares in the aviation industry, which is kind of monopoly. No country on this planet, you'll see that one company has this much dominance in particular sector. It is 65% shares in aviation industry in India is of Indigo. So now they see what is happening now. Indigo, because of government DGCA rule, blah blah blah, lot of things happen. I guess you know the news what is happening. And since 65% people are dependent on their, not 65%, 65% their share, maybe 70, 60, 40. I don't know data right now. How many people use Indigo for travel? Of course, major, because since a 65% share is yours, so of course majority of the flight would be of Indigo. So now, since the Indigo has a kind of monopoly, not exactly, but kind of monopoly. Now see what is happening. Because the Indigo do not follow the government, what's it, the circular or instructions, because that the pilot cannot work for long hours, this and that. Now they have a shortage of pilots and their crew members. And now the people have to pay. Is this your problem? No, this is not a problem. Why do not the Indigo comply with the government instructions? There could be many reasons, but forget that. We're not going there. But here, the fare we used to pay 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000 for the same distance. You are paying 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. Now tell me, are you not getting exploited? Now, if the same company run by the government will not exploit you, because we still have a trust. There are a lot of corruptions and everything, you know better than me, or probably, I mean, yeah, but corruptions is there. But still, when the company run by the government, the exploitation is at least on front camera. They'll not exploit you, because you know they are accountable to the people. But when it comes to the private, they exploit customer. Exploit means they are not giving that quality of goods. Or if they're giving that quality of goods, they charge way more than the worth of the goods. So that's how in capitalist economy, the consumer may get exploited. I'm waiting for a response. If you understand or if you have any question, I can explain. Mr. Sheikh. I did not understand the last point. Last point you did not understand. Often recession and depression. How? That's what you want to ask me. Okay. See what happens. I guess you know the recession, depressions. In case, I mean, it's called business cycle. It's like ups and downs in the economy. So let's say, of course, the recession and depressions are not good thing. It means what happened? Recession, depression, the business economic activities goes down. What is business activities? The productions goes down, the consumption goes down. This is called business activities. The buying, selling goes down, and all that. And if this productions, buying and selling goes down, this is bad for the economy, because economy generates less revenue. And less revenue, less income. If less income, then you know the problem comes. So what happens? You take a decisions. You do means like say bigger private people. I'll tell you something. Take example. Let's say you are private, and you got to know that And after you get to know that in the market, the computer, okay, let's say software company. I'm just giving an example. Don't take me wrong way. Just an example. Software industry gives you lots of profits. So as we have seen before, so of course, you may be knowing other factors and sectors as well where you can do the business. But since you have seen right now, it's a trend that if you invest money in the computer training institutes or maybe software developing companies, you're going to get good profits. So will you not divert major capital in the software industries, software development, because you're going to make money? Now what happens in case the software industry, so let's say software industry giving lots of software development industry giving lots of profit. So what the major people, because all the private people intention is what? To make a huge profit. So they will divert a huge chunk of resources toward the what? Towards like making the software development, and they ignore the other sectors, agriculture sector, textile industry, other industries. So what happened? The people, because since major investments are happening in the software development industry, only the engineers or those who have knowledge in that particular industry, they will only get jobs. And since the investments and other sectors are very low, no or very low, a huge chunk of people are unemployed. If they're unemployed, what happened? They have no money, no demand, no money, no demand. Then I guess you know, there's a guy called J.M. Keynes. He said that demand is a crucial part, very, very crucial. If demand is keep happening, if demand is happening in the economy, then government should not worry. Everything is fantastic. But if you, so other sectors, they don't have, they're not doing investments. Since they're not doing investments in other sectors, or very less investments, or very less people getting jobs in other sectors. Let's say if I'm a teacher and I have and people are, I mean, 90% investments are happening in IT industry. I don't know IT, then of course I'll be unemployed, correct? So if I don't have money, I'll not buy. No demand, economic going to recession. This what? But at the same time, okay, we can talk about that later. Thank you for this compliment. Well, so this is how recession and depression can occur in a capitalist economy. Yes, this is of course the bad side. Let's talk about. So this is I explain you what is. I'll tell you. I'll tell you by the way are you from. We'll talk about it later on. Thank you one more time for your compliment. Okay. Second is like socialist economy. What is socialist? As I told you, like they were the factors of production are owned by whom? Majority, not 100%, by whom? The government. Understand? Like land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurs were in the hand of private, so capitalist and socialist government. Some of the country, you can say the Vietnam, the Cuba, the North Korea, the Venezuela, all these countries, China also you can say, these are North Korea, China, these are the socialist economy. Socialism is where the majority of the companies are being run by whom? Government directly. So it means it's also known as controlled economy. Control means controlled by whom? The government, right? Or called command. Command means which has been command. Command is the same similar thing. It's controlled or commanded by the government. And again, I'm repeating what is socialist? The major factors of production: land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurs. Majority are in the hand of government. So now, of course, this is the major factors where the also known as command economy, also known as control economy, also known as centrally planned economy. Let me write some features. Basic one. Features. Also known as command economy. You can say centrally planned. Or you can say controlled economy. All the same thing. Okay. Now it's called very like see. Can I ask you one? I mean, if I say this, let's say the property of the nation. I mean, let's talk to India, the great India. The property of the India. Properties means I'm talking about the public property. Public means government, right? Who owns that property? Let's example the Honorable Prime Minister of India, he's the top leader of the country. Now, he claims that the Prime Minister office in which he sits belongs to him personally? No. Because the Prime Minister office is a public property. Why public? Because to make that public office, we pay taxes. We mean everybody pay taxes. Okay? I mean, that property belongs to us, not any individual. That property also belongs to Miss Honorable Prime Minister, and it also belongs to me, also belongs to you, because everybody has contributed to make that property. It means here we say, let the railway, any public property. Public means it belongs to public. Why belongs to public? Because to make that property, we have paid the taxes, money. That's how it got created. You understand? Got constructed. You understand? So here we call it collective ownership. It's not like the railway is owned only by me or only by Mr. Sheikh or by Mr. Prime Minister or by Mr. other ministers. No, by everybody. Prime Minister and me has the same right on the public property of India, because we all have contributed. Understand? We call it collective ownership happens. Means everybody owns the public property in socialist. So collective ownership. Okay. This is called welfare. Promote welfare. This is what happens in socialist. What is promote welfare? You don't need to write because you have the textbook. I guess the textbook is open with you, so you can see the points there. Or if you're writing this, okay, it's up to you. The promote welfare. What is welfare? Welfare means like you see in a capitalist economy, what happens if you not earning money? Technically, I'm telling you, it's not like the government leaves people on the mercy of their own fate. Some countries happens like Pakistan or some other countries where they're extremely poor, lots of corruption. Yeah, but even the capitalist economy, it's not like if you're not making money, government will leave you on the street to rot. It's not like that. Mostly not like that. Government also helps you in a capitalist economy as well. But technically, in a capitalist economy, if you're not skillful, that's your problem. You're not making money and you are starving, you are homeless, this and that and all these things. You not get a proper medical care, other things. Technically, but as I told, I'm repeating again, like America being the world most classical means old, most classical example of capitalism. Some other countries as well, mostly the European countries, they're capitalism, but still there are so many people who don't have jobs because I told you initially that everybody cannot expect to have a same quality, right? Because yeah, it's not possible because all we are different. So everybody cannot make the same money, and some people, because of health issues and other issues, they cannot work, even they want to work. So in a capitalist economy, technically, if you're not working, no money, nobody's there to help you out. But in socialists, no, we promote welfare. Welfare means even if you don't have money, you have a right to live with dignity. So governments make sure, especially the European government, we are also trying, it's not trying, but not, of course, you know that we don't have that much of money if compared with the European country. They are rich than us. So here, the government promotes welfare. Even if you don't have money, you have right for food, for safety, security, for housing, for educations, and other basic stuff. So here, in socialist, government promote welfare, unlike capitalist. Hope you understand. Now, as I told you, this is the meaning: command economy, strategic plan economy, control economy, collective ownership, promote welfare. Hope I explained you well. Now, good side and bad side. Let's go for merit. Merit means good side. Merit of socialist. Okay. Tell me one thing. Again, we're coming for the same question. Like when uh, you are in capitalist economy, right? The capitalist economy, uh, when what you produce, like we have seen the central problem of the economy, right? What you'll produce. Will you not produce the things which is more in demand? I have little. I'm going to tell you one more thing about this. Nowadays, the companies are so confident, or I mean, not nowadays, yeah, because of research and development, they understand the psychology of the customers. So now they don't care what customer wants, but they produce first, and the kind of advertisements and promotion they do, they convince a major chunk of people for buying his or her products. Is it happening? Yeah. So nowadays, even you don't want the product, but they will influence you in such a way. Not all people they can influence, but majority of the people they get influenced. They go and buy it. But that is a today world. Things can be different, but still, we also assume that even today the capitalists are being driven by, I mean, their product decisions is based on the consumer choices, what consumer wants. You understand? So I told you an example that everybody, like if they think like the software industry can give them lots of profit, the major investment will happen in the software industries, and other industry will kept what? Left all alone, or very less investments happen. It means one-sided development happens. It's called lopsided. Development is just in one sector is happening. And the people, those who have a skill in other sectors, either they don't have job or they have very less job available because investment is not happening in that area. Why investment is not happening? Because being a private people, of course, I will invest in the area which gives me more profits. I will not invest in agriculture if agriculture is not giving good profit. I'll invest in, let's say example, automobile industry because that gives me profit. That is okay. I'm not saying that this is wrong. They are doing it wrong. But being an individual, they'll look for the industry which give them good profit. There's no problem about it. But in all this whole idea and whole bargain, who loses? The whole country loses because a major, I mean, other sectors, they don't get jobs at all. So here, one-sided development happens in capitalism. Socialism, that's not the case because it's this socialism with government control. So government makes sure that no matter people, I mean, no matter what people like, of course, it's not like the government, people like product A and government focusing 100% on product B. It's not like that. But government tries to make or invest in all these sectors so that people should get job in all these sectors. I mean, those who have a skill in agriculture, they should get job in agriculture. Those who are good in teaching, they come, for them, there are universities, colleges, and schools. Those who are IT, good in IT, for them, there's investments in IT sector. Lot many, almost all the areas. Almost, not all, but almost. So what happened? Here, balanced economic growth happens. It's unlike in capitalism, only one sector, two sectors are growing, other sectors are left all alone. But here in socialist, we can solve balanced economic growth. Balance means almost all the sectors government invest, and we're expecting that balanced growth will happen. Balance. It's not like only 2-3 sectors are growing, rest sectors are not. So balanced economic growth. And next, no class conflict. Was that class means I'm talking about economic class. Class means money. As I told you in the private, in private, what happens? Private, we all are not same, right? By a talent, by the skills. So, and who gets, see, when it comes to payment, or you can say payment means reward for your effort, for your skill. Everybody is different. The person who solved the most complex problems, difficult problem, they get rewarded more than the person who solved the very basic problem. Understand? Because basic problem can be, basic problem solver you can find quite easily. But the person who solve the complex problems are less in number. So it's simply demand and supply. So the demand is more, supply is less, so price will be high. So same thing happens. So everybody has different skill. The person who solved the complex problem, they get paid more. The person who solved less complex problem, they get paid less. So ultimately, And this is not wrong in it, of course. The person who's solving more complex problem, he should get difficult problem, he should get more. This is not a problem about it. There's no doubt about it. But consequently, what happens is some people have good money, some people have less money. Understand? That creates a class conflict in society. One class is very rich, one class is poor. But here, this does not happen. Where in socialists? Socialists make sure that all the sectors, they should get fair wages. Even, you see the government jobs, the peon salary is like maybe equal, maybe more than the middle level manager in the corporates. Even when you work with the government ensures that everybody should get, should live a dignified life. At least the basic needs or they should get fulfilled very well. So what happened here, you don't see the huge difference. If everything being controlled by the government, you don't see that one person making billions and billions of dollars or other section of society is just left all alone. No, that's not a case in socialist. Because here governments try to balance economic growth, and since government makes sure that everybody should have money, so class conflict is less, right? Rich and poor are there. I'm not saying there's no rich and no poor, but even the poor people have all the access to, at least government tried their best to give them the best basic necessities so that there should not be conflict, a fight between rich and poor. That's a good side of socialism. One bad side of the, you can say, good side. One can say, good side is unemployment is less. Unemployment is less. You know why? As I told you, I'm not saying the zero unemployment, but unemployment is less. Why less? Because as I told you, the government invests in all the sectors. You know, in India right now, 47 to 48% people are in agriculture, and there's a huge amount of unemployment exists right now. If the 50%, approx not exactly, approximately 50% people are in agriculture sector, don't you think so that if you want to reduce the unemployment, if you invest a huge amount in agriculture, don't tell me that agriculture is not a business where the government can lots of money. I understand government may not make that huge money in agriculture sector, but if you but we're not talking about the benefits. We're talking about the employment generations. If I want to reduce the unemployment rates, then I have to invest in agriculture sector, because majority of people are in agriculture. So if government invests huge money in agriculture, job can get created. Yeah, and government does also. I'm not saying the government, because since any government has a restrictions, I mean constraint to the budget. Government cannot spend billions and billions of budget in all the sectors. They have to calculate whatever money government makes, national income I was talking about. According to the income, they have to divide those incomes in different sectors. So in private, I just invest in the sector which gives me profit. So other sectors, those who have a skill in other sectors, they left unemployed. In government, there are unemployment, but because the government cannot, government has limited resources. It's not like government can give job to everybody. It's impossible. Absolutely, it's impossible. But government can try best too. So since government is spending in all the sectors, the people who have skills in different sectors, most of them get job, because every sector there are some opportunities. So unemployment is less compared to capitalists. Okay. Now the people are fighting. This indigo I was talking about, because not that one. That's different. Sorry. We have a minimum right to work. Let's say you are living in a capitalist economy, so you cannot go to private business person and say, hey, you have to give me a job. No, you cannot say this. This is his choice to give you a job or not. This is his choice. You cannot force him to give a job or her to give a job. So a right to work, this is my right that I will work, does not exist in capitalism. You understand? But when it comes to government, socialist, you have a right to work, because government is run by whose money? The private people, the private company is not run by on your money, right? So you don't have much right. You can go and request the private people to, hey, can you give me a job? He says no. You just have to say, thank you so much. Okay, thank you for helping me or not helping me or whatever. But when it comes to government, you have a right to ask the government, because the government runs on your money. If the government say, okay, I'm not able to reduce the unemployment, so better you leave the seat, somebody else will come and he will create employment for me. Are you understanding me? So here government try to create less employment. Sorry, I would say, sorry, government try to give you a job. Because if you are unemployed, you say the government, hey, I am unemployed, and you have a right to say government you are unemployed because the government is running your own money, and you say government, better you create a job for me. Otherwise, next time when you come, I'll not cast vote in your favor because I have given you a vote because I thought like you're going to create a job for us. Why you say so? Because you have a right, because the government runs your own money. Here what happened in private, in socialist, right to work, minimum, okay? Right to minimum work is there. Right to work. It's a good thing. I mean, everybody has a right to work. Right to work is a good side, of course, a good side for the socialist. And last one, I should not say less, but I go with the same textbook so that you won't get confused in exam. No exploitation of consumers. Why no exploitation? As I told you, when a government runs a company, most of the government company, of course, they look for profit, but not profit, huge profits. If it's making the government company making huge profit, fantastic. But normally the intention is to serve people. Okay, they just work with a normal profit because company has to run a normal profit. Because if the company making profit, fantastic, because government makes that money, and the money which government gets from the company, which is doing great, the money officially, unofficially, you know better than me. Officially, that money should get spent for the development of our own country. So it's good, win-win situation that the company also performing good, and when the company performs good, since that company belongs to government, the profit goes to government, and government spends that profit for our development. Our means society development, road construction, this, that, and all that. So here, government does not exploit consumers. Here instead, the government makes sure that when the customer buy products, that should be under his or her capacity. And sometime you must have heard about the terms called subsidies, right? What is subsidy? The making cost of the product is, let's say, 10 rupees. Government offers you at 5 rupees or 6 rupees. It means government is making loss, but government makes sure that you should not get exploited. You should have the product so that you can run your life smoothly. So here, unlike the capitalism, this exploitation by the government to the consumer is very less. They say they write no exploitation, but I should not say no exploitation. Some does, government also does, but theoretically they should not do. They do it, that you know. Next is, this is the good side. Let's talk about the bad side of it. I mean demerits. Okay. What is demerits? Can you, if you don't mind, could you write me let's say some of the demerits of government that you face here? I guess we experience. Anybody? Mr. Sheikh, if you are, other people, Suman, Shalom, Sachin, Pretty, to write some. Being a government, if the country is dominated by the government, which kind of problems you may face? Random problems. Anybody? Okay. Some corruption. It's called red tapeism. Red tapeism is bureaucracy. Government intervene is more, so we have to pay more tax. Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, that is there. Yeah. The problem is the corruption, because everything is run by the government officers, and you know that socialists, like everything, since you cannot have access to Prime Minister of India directly. That of course, the Prime Minister or Chief Minister of the state or Prime Minister of the country, they make sure, or President in some country, they are President. They try to control it, but I mean, they are people. The people. somehow they make the way to corrupt, to make money out of illegally. So corruption is exists. Red tapeism is like something, the government is there to help us, right? Government is there to help us. But because of this officers, the bureaucracy, they will try to make process slow. They'll not help you to get your job done on time, so that you push him, and when you go and push him, oh no, I want to get job done on time, this and that, this, okay ma'am, give me some money, this and on the table. So red tapeism is something like when lots of bureaucracy is there, corruption, bureaucracy, so many hierarchy also. That's also one thing. You have to make one paper, government, this, that, you go there, and all that. It takes lots of time. It's called red tapeism. This is also a problem. Like we had a freedom of choice in capitalism. We had a freedom of choice. Freedom of choice, like you have right to do any business. Of course, any business does not mean like any illegal business, you start selling drugs and all. Of course not. But more freedom of choice you have. Any business you can do if it's legal. But when it comes to government, is everything being controlled by the government? Freedom of choice is little less. Like talk about the China, talk about the Russia, talk about the North Korea, talk about the Vietnam, talk about the Cuba. All this country, a majority of the things, even your career sometime is being decided by whom? The government. The government wants you to serve in the army. Like North Korea, this happens. You cannot serve in for everybody in the North Korea. Let it be male or female. For particular years, you have to serve in the army. You don't have choice. Maybe let's example of 4 years. If somebody wants to be a doctor, but the government wants you to. Okay, red tapeism is something like when the bureaucracy, the officers, instead of helping you, start harassing you. Is it called red tapeism? You understand? Lots of paperwork. Check, you got it? Okay. Red tapeism is like, instead of helping, they harass you. So, well, so here the freedom of choice is little less. Where? In socialist. So less freedom of choice compared to capitalist. Who fixes the price in capitalist market? The market is capitalist. Who fixes the price? The commodity. Sorry, demand and supply, right? Demand and supply fixes the price of the commodity. The growth of the company will be less in red tapeism. Yeah, red tapeism, as I told you, like perfect, pretty, correct. Because here it's, as I told you, like you know how government office works. Just to make one paper, if in case you have experience ever, you go there, this and that. They do a lot many things. You understand? But this कि लूज हुआ। So in your would say I was talking about demerits of select freedom of choice we have. Now, what shall be the price of the commodity? Let's example, you are a producer, right? Who shall fix the what is the best price? The best price always which is being decided by demand and supply. That's the best price. In economics, we call this term equilibrium price, right? When the price and the price is being fixed by the forces of demand and forces of supply. If let's say you are a producer and you made a product which cost of production is 20 rupees, and government forcing you to sell at 15 because people cannot afford at 20. Tell me, is it a good price? Good price means it will not. It's gonna hurt your company. Am I right? Not able to survive. So the demerits say the prices are being controlled by whom? Prices are being controlled by government. So when because as I told you, like majority of factors of production are in the hand of government. So of course, government can fix the price of their commodity. And even in socialist economics, not like 100% things are owned by the government. Even the private people also play the major role. Even when the private people play the major role, even for them also the government fixes the price. In both the cases, this is quite possible that your making cost is more, but since the people cannot afford to pay the high price, government forces you and government for themselves, they pull down the price. Pull down the price means the company is making loss, but still you are selling at loss because the people cannot afford to pay a high price. This is not good for economy. Of course, this is good for the society and all these things, but economics talks about the money. So if let's say my production cost is 10, and you're giving me just 8 rupees by forcibly because people cannot afford to pay 10. Is it my problem? It's not my problem. If the government will force me to do this, what will happen? Ultimately, I make a loss and I'll shut my company. So in the future, people will not get the products because the company got shut. So these are the problems or demerits who faces this? The socialist economy. So we could finish the capitalist. We could finish the socialist. Last we'll go for the mixed economy. Mixed economy is very simple. It's like, I don't know, you guys we must have learned about the market, right? Remember market, perfect market, monopoly market and all. And this is called monopolistic market. Monopolistic market is a combination of perfect market and monopoly market together. So this is the same thing. The mixed economy is nothing new. It's just an outcome of both. Some features of capitalist, some features of socialist, and that makes it mixed economy. So it's like a mid path. Capitalist is extreme, where everything, I shouldn't say everything, but majority of are being controlled by private. Socialist, majority by the government. Both are two extreme sides. Mixed is like both. The best features of capitalist, the best features of government, because you cannot say that all the features in capitalists are bad. We have seen the good side of capitalists as well. And you cannot say these things are being controlled by the government, so all the features in socialist economy going to be great. Then also we have seen the retipism, corruptions, and all the things we have seen, the bad things in socialist. The good thing of capitalist, the good things of what's the socialist, makes mixed economy. And let's talk about some basic features. Features of mixed economy. First one, as you know, is a combination of both. Combination of let's say capitalist and socialist. Second, here same like unlike socialist, you can freedom of occupation. Like India, you are free to choose any occupation. Of course, should be legal. Freedom of occupation. R&D. Recent development happens. And people are free to consume their what's say no freedom of occupation is it no that's okay. Research and development happens. People are free to choose their, I mean consumers are free to eat or consume the things they want. So freedom for consumer also. Consumer. Okay. Consumers, what reason? Consumers is what? The one who consumes, right? You have freedom to consume whatever you want, whatever again. This is understood that there should be legal things. Here no control, but socialists there are lots of control. You see the good side, merit. First one. Risk taking, and government encourage for risk taking. Right? Government encourages that you should take a risk and do something big in your life for yourself or for your company. Economic and social equality. Because since it's free also and control also, that's free means capitalism also or government also, right? So here if there any government leaves you, what happened, how this actually works, the mixed economy, government leaves you on market. Government leaves on market. Let's market decides. But government is not like government left everything on a market and government closed themselves in the closed door. No. Government let you do job, but keeps eye on you indirectly from the top by making laws. Like in India, we are mixed economy, but is there any particular businessman or are there any industry are free to do anything they want? Of course not. Government has set of rules. It's indirectly being controlled by whom? The government only. Understand? So here, if anybody who is not economically well off and socially unequal, then government helps them because government get taxes from the private people and that money get invested for the social equality and economic equality. So social and economic inequality can exist here. It's a good side, merit. Other points I will discuss in features. Now last one, demerits, and this chapter is over. Demerits, what? You know, because in a country like India where we have lots of officers, I mean red tapeism I was talking about. So what happens, any decision when government takes, it takes lots of time and sometimes not good. So poor implementation, decision and implementation. Poor implementation of any plan. Why? Because government is going to there. The government is going to there, then you know, red tapeism kind of. And now since government is here, the government also have to play a role. Private private companies are already playing role. So how government will play the role? It means to play the role by the government need money, and major source of money for government is what? Taxes. So here government will impose a high tax on people so that the money which government collects should get spent for the welfare of the people, society. So tax will be high corruption, you know, I mean better than India, who knows? I mean we have lot many corruptions happens, high corruption. Last one. Now tell me, are they government officials? When, of course, in mixed economy, I should not say the 50-50, but yeah, we can be close 40-60. Depends upon economy to economy. So here the company which is run by private players, they don't have a problem. The problem, they cannot waste resources, because if you're working for the private company, if you're wasting the resources, you're going to get warning, you're going to get training, let's not do, but if you're not learning from it, probably you have to quit the job. But here in the government, wastes of resources are too much, because you are safe and secure. Even if you waste resources, because of government policies and law, once you get into the government, it's not like government is not going to dismiss you from the job, but very difficult. So here, the people are just lazy, they don't want to perform well. So here, the waste of resources are very much, especially in the government side. Waste of resources is high. Okay, understood? If anybody has any doubt, can you tell me that? Can you please tell me? Hope you understood points I did. And this chapter is over. I'm just waiting for your feedback. Any doubts left, please write me as quick as possible. Chat box. Rand? Where's the Rand? R&D, research and development. R for research and D for development. So when you cannot, thank you. Anybody else? Please be quick. Because we finished the first chapter. By 10 we can go for a break, so I'll start with the next chapter. I'm just ensuring that everybody, those who are here, got to understood. If any doubts, any points, I guess I'm expecting that you guys have the textbook with you. Flip the pages and let me know if anything you want me to discuss. Points. No doubts? Okay. I assume the first understand. Let's go for the second one. Okay. Next chapter is Area of demand and supply. Let's talk about what is demand. Anybody like to answer me what is demand, by the way? Well, see, demand, like, there could be, if you try to explain that what is demand, there could be a different way of answering this or expressing this. And I guess you probably may not be wrong. Like whatever things what you have right now, maybe the goods or features, I mean, goods or services, whatever you have life, whatever you have in the life, I'm talking about the material things, you must have demanded it, right? Not only material things, even their knowledge. If I'm teaching economics, it means I must have demanded economics knowledge. Somebody teaching accounts, you must have demanded accounts knowledge. You understand? So demand could be put by the common layman differently, but that is a different story. Technically, what should they demand? Let me tell you. First of all, when it's a demand, when you demand something, what happens eventually? In demand, ownership right get transferred. For example, you want to buy a packet of biscuit. You have gone to a shopkeeper. Now you're asking for the biscuit packet. He picks the biscuit and gives to you. He gives to you. You pay him money. What happened? After you paid him money, the packet is in your hand. Before a few seconds, that packet biscuits owner was that shopkeeper. After a few seconds, you become the owner. So what happened when you demand something? Of course, it has to get exchanged. Demand means somebody has to give you something. Yeah, you are demanding. Why are you demanding? Because it's not necessary that when you demand something, it must be. It means somebody should have it. It may. Let's make it complex. So when you demand something, it's like you demand it from someone. Okay, to make this thing simple, you have demanding from somebody. So when demand is happening, he transfers his ownership right from him to you. That's what happens in demand eventually. So now let me tell you what is demand in a let's say technically way. It's called desire for the commodity then it's ability to pay its price. It's second, and third is willingness to buy. If I want to have demand in most technical way, we have to have all these three things. Let me tell you, so we write in short, when I write DD means demand, it's desire, plus A for ability, plus W for willingness. The example of drunkards. The one who consumes lots of liquor. And this is one side, this other side is like, okay. So if he wants to have if the one who consumes liquor, of course he has desire to have a liquor, right? So he just has just gone to a shop to buy the liquor. He gone there, and why did he go? Because he knows that he has desire to have it. He wants that one. That's the reason he gone. Simple. Now when he go, he asks the price. Of course, the shopkeeper is not going to give that liquor bottle to him without paying him. He paying him the price. Now he sells, let's examine thousands bucks. That's called $1,000. But he has no money. Maybe he just has 200. Can he demand that bottle of wine or liquor? Of course not. Does he having desire that I want that? But is that enough? No, that's not enough. You have to have money. As not money, of course you cannot have. Just desire is not enough. Let's say you have desire, you have money also. Example, he's 1,000, you have 5,000 in a pocket. So the money is not a problem at all. Understand? Now, when money is not a problem at all, still demand may not happen. So why? Because willingness means internal desire. Sometime, let's say you want to buy some shoes. The shoes cost you 10K, 10,000. You really like the product. It means you have a desire to have that. Plus, when you check your wallet, you have 1 lakh rupees in your pocket. That's also fantastic because the shoes cost 10,000. You have 1 lakh rupees, so you can easily pay. You have ability to pay. But some people are stingy. Stingy means miser. They can't spend that much of money on a shoes. Oh my God, no. 10,000 for shoes, I'll not spend. So if you have desire, you have money, but your heart is not so big to spend 10,000 on a shoes, you cannot demand. So you have to have all 3 things. You have to have desire also, and you have money also, and then you are willing to spend that money also. If all 3 things go together, we can say there is a proper demand. Hope you understood. Just desire is not enough. Just you have ability but no desire. Will you buy? Of course. You have to have all desire plus ability plus willingness. All when all 3 things comes together, we can say this proper. Hope you understood. Now is meaning of demand. Now, what is the meaning of demand? And just let me write the amount of commodity demand of commodity or consumer able the amount of commodity a consumer is able and willing to the amount of commodity a consumer is able and willing to buy at a particular price and at a the amount of commodity a consumer is able and willing to buy at a particular price and at a particular point of time. If you see, there are 4 or 5 words which are very important. When you write a demand sentence, you have to have these 4 or 5 words. Any missing is not making demand meaning technically correct. So first of all, see, you buy some amount, you have to be able. Able means in terms of money, you should have some money. You should be willing to pay. There has to be some price for the product, of course, and you must be buying some at some point of time, evening, morning, today, tomorrow, yesterday. Has to be time. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Amount, able, willing, price, and time. So when writing any demand sentence, you have to include all these 5 words. And we have all these 5 words, then technically your law of demand is perfectly correct. Any doubt? Okay. Let's go for law of demand. That is law of demand given by Alfred Marshall. What is law of demand? Price is low, demand is high. Okay. Second, price is high, demand. So if I write in short, price high, demand low, price low, demand high, other things means CRS. This is a law of demand. Let me explain you in short. Very simple. Which product you'll buy more? Which are expensive or the one which are cheaper? Cheaper, I'm not talking about the product of the product is cheaper. So the price cheap, not product cheap. Of course, one product is cheap and good quality. Of course, the demand will go up. Simple. So anytime when the product price is cheaper and product quality is good, the demand goes up. So price falls down, demand goes up, price goes up, demand falls down. Other things remain same. What does it mean? If I put it in a very simple way, other things remain same. It's nothing but you can say this is other things remain same. Situation should be very normal. Should not be abnormal. Emergency should not be there. Should not abnormal or emergency. Should not be abnormal. Let me explain it, then we can go for the break. So, let's say the price of goods A is high. No, the price of goods A is anything. You are buying you are buying goods A, or let it be a little more specific. Let me go to next example, pen. God bless you, but let's example you're writing exam today, foundation exam. You have been to the center, the examination center. An examination center, you got to know that you forgot your pouch back home. You forgot your pouch back home, and exam will start in 10 minutes. You're asking your friends, but nobody has extra pen to help. Of course, you have only one choice, go down and buy a pen. You went down the college, you're the only one stationery shop you can see. You are desperately asking him to help you with the black pen. He may have lots of pen, but he just is pretending that he has only one pen. Normally the pen price is 10 rupees, example. Yeah, I guess normally 10 rupees, but the guy is asking you 500 rupees. Are you paying or not paying? Of course you will pay, because exam 500 rupees is not as important at leaving exam. It's not like you leave exam and to save the 500 rupees. If you don't have, you can say him, please give me right now, I'll give you once my exam is over. I'll ask some friends to help you. It means what happened? Here, when the price is high, still demand is happening, which is against law of demand. Law of demand says when price is high, demand should come down. But price is high, demand is also high, because situation is not normal. It's abnormal now. This exam is going on. But if the same girl or same student will go to some shop, normal day, when there's no exam, no hurry, no emergency, if he asking more than 10 rupees, if he asking 11 rupees, probably he'll not buy. I said, no, this is for 10 rupees. Why are you giving it 11? I'll not buy. So in normal time, when demand is high, price is low, demand is high. But if situation become emergency, then it can possible that the price is high, demand is high, price low, demand low. This is a law of demand. Hope you have understood. Okay. We are going for a break, and we'll meet after break. So you want 1 hour break at one time, and 30 minutes too. Please write me, so we can go for 1 hour as a stretch, or maybe okay with both. Okay. See you then. After break. Yes. Should not be normal means not in emergency. Yes, the situation is abnormal. If situation is abnormal, this law will not apply. Means if the price is high, demand is low, price is low, demand is high. This will happen only when there is a situation, the situation is normal. If the situation is abnormal, then there's a quite possibility that price goes up, demand goes up, price comes down, demand comes down. You understand? Now see here, the price is up, demand is low. Price is low, demand is up. You see the movement of the arrow, right? Could you see the arrow movement is going opposite direction? So we say the relationship between price and demand is what? Negative, opposite means negative, or opposite or inverse. Okay. So in a demand, law of demand, the relationship between price and demand is either negative or opposite or inverse. Okay. So the question is factors affecting there are so many factors which affect demands. We'll see it here. D for demand is a function of PR, Y, T, C. First of all, there are so many factors which affect demand. First, P, this P stands for price. So you know what is how the price affect demand. So if price is high, demand is low. Price is low, demand is high. Right? Very simple. A simple law of demand. Other things remains same. Means situation should be normal. Okay, then maybe this will happen. Understand? Now PR, this PR, R is to P is price, R stands for related goods. We have two types of related goods. One is called substitutes and complement. Of substitute. What is substitutes? Which are very close goods. Example, tea and coffee. Okay. So see, example, the price of tea is 10. Coffee, example for making is 10. Now the price of the tea has increased from 10 to 12. The demand for coffee will, yes or no? Price of tea increase, demand of coffee increase. Why? Because tea and coffee, they are which goods? Substitutes. The tea and coffee substitutes means tea and coffee both gives you same satisfaction. If the tea and coffee both gives you same satisfaction, and tea costs you 12 and coffee costs you 10, then of course for the same satisfaction, why will you pay 12 rupees instead of 10? So when the tea, coffee are substitutes, demand, price of coffee, tea increased, the demand of coffee will increase. These are substitutes. Then is complementary. Complementary goods. What is complementary? Also known as joint goods. You have to buy two, but satisfaction will be one. Example, pen and ink, right? Pen and ink. they are complementary. You just can't have a pen or you just can't have the ink. You have to have both, correct? Let's take example. Pen price is 10, ink price is 5. With the pen price decrease example, the price of pen has decreased. It's become a 5. What shall happen to, so if the price of pen decreased, demand of pen will increase. If you're demanding more pen, you have to demand more what? This is what happens in complement. Sam, complement is done. Next is your Y. PR is done. Y. Y means income. Income is like, let's say, if income increases, demand will increase, right? If income decreases, demand will. Now, there are different types of goods. Let's talk about inferior goods. Inferior means not good quality goods. Inferior goods. The goods are inferior. So, if demand, if your income increasing, okay, increase, are you still buying inferior goods? People buy inferior goods because they don't have money. So if income increase now, will you still buy inferior goods? No. So if income increase, demand for inferior goods falls. Okay. These inferior goods. Let's go for normal goods, not inferior. Okay. Here, if income increase, demand of normal goods will increase. Income decrease, demand of normal goods will decrease. Okay. So this is how income behaves in two kinds of goods. One is inferior goods, one is normal goods. Also, we can say is necessary goods like food, clothes, shelter, necessaries. So this relationship what we have in income and goods. I mean income and demand. Demand for inferior goods, demand of normal goods. The P is done, PR is done, Y is done. Now T. T, you can say taste. Okay. Now, which taste example? The example of taco. You know, taco is a Mexican food, not Indian food. Now, people like, yes, you must have taste as well. Taco. So if the people have a taste of taco, understand, and the price of taco has increased, still demand will not fall. Demand of taco will be. Normally, what shall happen? If the price goes up, demand should have fallen down, but it's not falling down. Why? Because people have developed the taste of taco. So even the price of taco is more, demand of taco will be more. Same goes with preference. Preference. Preference, for example, things are in fashion. Example, jeans. If jeans are in fashion, it means we're demanding jeans. In that case, if jeans price increases, demand of jeans will also increase. It means normally if the price of jeans has increased, demand should have fallen, but it will not, because that is a public preference. Public wants that. In that case, the price does not matter for them because they want to buy. Because that, why they want to buy? Because that's in trend, that's is fashion. So that's become their preference. Next is your E. E means future expectation. E for expectation. So future expectation. So future expectation, let's example, you're buying some commodity, you're a consumer, you're buying, let's say, goods A. You expecting that the price of goods A will increase in future. Let's say that today the price of the goods A is 100 rupees. Okay, you have to consume. This is regular commodity you need. Okay, you can call it necessary goods. So today the price is 100 and in future the price is going to be 200. So what will happen today? Today the demand of goods A will increase. Understand? And if you expect that tomorrow, I mean future, the price of goods will fall, then today demand will fall. And so today demand increase. In this case, if you're expecting price will increase, then today demand increase and future demand decrease. If you're expecting the price will fall in future, then today demand will fall and future demand will go up. Sorry. This is how it shall work. So we could finish the expectation. Now O. O means other factors. Other factors. Okay. Other factors, take an example of one. Population. Population is more. Means population increase. What will happen? More people, more demand. Very simple. If population has decreased, demand will come down. Any doubt? But everyone? Okay. So these were the factors which affect. Now we have already seen the law of demand. Law of demand is done, correct? Now, as I told you, the law of demand, price goes up, demand falls down, price falls down, demand goes up, other things constant. So a law of demand and price has inverse relationship. I tell you, inverse means opposite. One going up, second comes down, second comes down. We call it inverse, we call it opposite, we call also negative. So let's see one diagram. Individual demand curve. Schedule first. Okay. Yes, this is your price. This is your quantity. This 1, 5. See here, 5, 2. See, price is least, demand is max. Price is max, demand is least. So price increasing, demand decreasing. If you go up, reverse. Price increasing, demand will. See, the price is increasing, demand is decreasing. 5, 4. And just go opposite. Price increase and will, sorry, price decrease. Which relation? Negative or opposite. So make a diagram on the basis of it. Y-axis. Y-axis we take price. This is quantity and 1, 5. Like that. This is when price is 5, sorry, price is 5, demand is just 1. Price decreasing, demand increasing. The demand curve falling down, Demand curve falls down because price decrease, demand increase, price decrease, demand increase, price increase, demand decrease. You see here, right? Demand curve, one line downward from left to right. Got it? Sam? Okay. Next is your market demand. What happened in markets? There's more than one customer, correct? Market is a place, you know, that buyers and sellers. But here, there's more than one customer. Market demand. What happened in market? More than customer. Okay, it's simple, but I'll just the difference between market demand is number of consumers. That's it. Video price. Price customer price. Now this is not individual, this I just write it market demand. Market demand is, I told you not one customer, there are many customers, right? Not one, many. Two customers. Total demand is 5, 6, how much? 7, 5. If you see same thing happening, price is least, demand is max, price is max, demand is least. If you plot the, or if you put all the figures here, you're going to get the same what? Downward sloping probability. It's not making difference if your market demand curve or individual demand curve, because we assume that it will be single consumer or a group of consumers, they all behave rationally. Rationally means when price less, demand more, price more, demand less. If you plot, it's just the numbers will different. Otherwise, you see the relationship is same, positive or negative. Price going up, demand going down, price going down, demand. If I plot it, I get the demand curve, which is downward sloping from simple. Sam? Now the question called a rational for the law of demand. This means why demand curve falls. Okay, they're asking you why demand curve falls. So what's a rational? Rational means what's a logic? Points to discuss. What's the logic for demand curve falls down? First is called a substitution effect. What is substitution effect? Same example. Substitution effect will happen only when the goods are substitute goods. Tea and coffee. You know this is called substitute. This is 10. Also correct. Now the price is 7. What will happen? Demand for coffee fall. Yes or no? It means both goods gives you same satisfaction. One goods costs 7, one goods costs 10. Of course you'll go for 7. It means demand for tea will increase, coffee will decrease. What happened? Less price of what? 7, demand increase, more price, demand decrease. Demand curve falls down. And what's the reason demand curve falls down? Less price, more demand, more. That's what we have proved. So they're saying that because of substitution effect, demand curve falls down. This is the first reason. Second reason is income effect. What is income? Income effect, let's say your income was 100. Price of the product was also 100. Example 100. Now the price of product, your income is still 100, same, but price of product has decreased to example 50 rupees. Now what? Can you buy more goods? Previously used to buy only one because the income was 100, price of goods was also 100, but now price of goods has down to 10. It means with the same income you can buy 2 units. Previously you could buy only one, now you could buy. So this is called income effect. Okay, price is same, income is same, price of commodity has decreased. Now with the same income you can buy 2. This is called income effect. So why are you buying 2 commodity? Because goods are cheaper. So cheap goods, more demand, more expensive goods. So when goods were expensive, 100, your demand was less, 1 unit. Now goods price has fallen to 50. Now demand is 2 units. Less price, more demand, more price, less demand. So demand curve falls down. Got it? Next is number of consumers. Let's say price was $100 of any commodity. So demand was, let's say, 200 units of any product. 200. Then, now what happened? Just assume that this 100 rupees is, so let it be 100 rupees. Demand was, a unit was 2, means 200 people were buying. Let's say each people buy one unit. So how many people are buying? 200 people. 200 people buying. Now what happened? Price use 50. Now the people who could not afford before, now they can also join. They can also buy because price has reduced. Now, how many people are buying? 400 people. What happened? When the price was high, demand was only 200 units. The price is low, demand is 400. So less price, more demand, more price, less demand. Understand? So this is how why demand curve falls down. So we could see substitution effect, we could see income effect, we could see number of. Last one is called law of D and Q. Yes, you know the law of diminishing marginal utility. So let's say when you buy a commodity, let's say the price of X was 10 and demand for X, say 100. Sorry, price was 10 and demand is also 10. Right? Why you're giving 10? I guess you know it. This is how much we pay. Px, price of X and marginal utility of X should be equal always. This much consumed. Price is 10, demand is also 10. You bought one commodity, how much did you pay? 10 rupees. Why? Because price, if you pay 10, you are expecting your marginal has to be 10 utils. Now if you buy second commodity, now second commodity will not give you same utility, right? You know that the same product you consume, first gives you maximum satisfaction, second less, third less than second, fourth less than third, like that. So now let's example second unit of goods will give you only 9 utils. Of course you will pay only 9. 3. Third gives you only 7 utils, give you 7. Fourth commodity give you only, it means you pay only 6. So see what is happening, price falls down, see 8, 9, and demand up. So you buy more when price falls down, right? So this is also a reason for demand curve falls down. You're buying more, why? Because the price, when price falls to 9, then only buy 9. Again price falls, again you buy. Again price falls, again you buy. So price falling and demand increasing. So what? Less price, more demand, more price, less demand. These are 4 reasons we have seen why demand curve falls down. Do you have any doubt? Please write me. I'm waiting for your response. Anybody has any doubt in 4 options, 4 points we have? Anyone? Okay. Oh, let me fix it. I call him just. I'll fix the video, but conceptually, did you understand all the points? Okay. Okay, he'll be coming. He'll fix the video. Uh, Meanwhile, we'll so this is done. Now there's a next question called exception to the law of demand. Exception law of exception means just opposite. You know the law of demand, price high, demand, price same. The law of demand. Exception will be opposite. Price high and high. Price low. Okay. In exception, we have some points. Let's discuss that. First is conspicuous. Conspicuous. Also call it Veblen. Veblen or prestige. Here, consumers, when you conspicuous means very expensive, luxury. Veblen, why Veblen? Because the economist, his surname was Veblen. He has given this concept. That's the reason we call it Veblen. Prestige means you don't buy goods because you need it. You buy it because of prestige, to create prestige in the society. What happens when the price goes up? You buy more, because when the price is low, everybody can have that product, right? If everybody has it, then nobody will respect you that, hey, you have this product. So you buy when goods are very expensive, because when goods become very expensive, everybody cannot afford it. And then you buy. And that's how you become few people who have the products, or maybe a single who had the product. And that's how you flaunt, show off. So so what happens here? The price goes up, then you buy. The price goes up, demand also go. If price falls down, you will not buy, because price falls down, everybody can have it. Everybody has it, then you are not special. You cannot show off that, hey, I only have these products. So here the the law of demand is opposite. It becomes opposite, not like normal. It goes like this: more, less, less. So in case of exception to law of demand, you see, I told you, law of demand, the relationship is negative, whereas opposite. But here, exception to law of demand, the relationship is positive. Positive. Both arrow moves in same direction. Both arrow move in same direction, right? This is called conspicuous. Like you can say the very expensive items like personal jet, diamonds, yacht, unique items, Rolex watches, which comes in cross, like that. These are conspicuous. Then it's called giffen goods. All the points I'm discussing, in all these points of exception, the law of demand will not be up. It's more, less, less. Okay, unlike demand curve. Law of demand. Law of demand says more, less, less, more. But here, more, less, less. So giffen goods. Giffen goods, or we also call it inferior goods. This example, there's inferior goods. Inferior goods means when the quality of goods is cheap. Okay? Quality, not price. Cheap. Like it's a cheap quality good. Quality. Now tell me, if quality of goods is cheaper, your income is also low. Will you not buy? This example, the two goods are there. Two goods. One is cheap quality, one is superior quality. Then, now the superior quality price was, example, $100, and cheap price was, it's a $20. and your income was dollar, how much? 20. No, make it, your income was 100. Which one you are buying? Superior. Now let's income fall. Now income falls. Now, or you can change prices. When income was 100, you're buying superior quality goods. Now what happened? The price of both goods increase because price keep increasing. So the superior quality goods price is now, example, $150. And now the cheap quality goods price become 30. Now tell me, which one you could afford now? $30? Can you buy the superior quality? No. Because the superior quality goods become 150. Now the cheap quality goods you're buying, which costs 30, is more than 20, right? It means price increased from 20 to 30. If price increased, demand should fall. But is it falling? It's not falling. So price increase, demand also increase. Now see another example. So price more, demand more, my bad. The price increasing 20 to 30 and demand is also increasing, not decreasing. Price increasing, demand increasing. Of which goods? Cheap quality. Cheap means inferior goods, because you cannot afford to buy superior goods. Now what happened? Let's say you drop down your income. Now your income, or the price of the superior quality price is also reduced. Let's say it's become dollars. So now your income is also dollars. Income was 100. Now income is reduced to 50. Example. Okay. And the price of this cheap goods is become 20. Same. Now see, you have two options. First option you understood. Second, two options you have. Your income is 50. Price of cheap goods is 20. Price of superior goods is 20. Now tell me, which one would you buy? Superior goods or cheap? Of course you go for superior goods, because you're buying cheap goods because you could not afford to buy superior goods. So that's, you have to buy inferior. But now we have enough income. How much income we have? 50. The price of superior goods is 50. So you will not buy what? Inferior goods. So what is happening with inferior goods? The price of inferior goods is falling and demand of inferior goods is also falling, because you will buy which good? Superior. See the arrow. Price went up of inferior, demand also went up for inferior. Price decreased for inferior, demand also decreased. Which movement? Plus up, positive. More, less. Exception to. In case of inferior goods, this movement happens. When price goes up, demand goes up. Price falls down, demand falls down. Opposite or against to the law of, understand? Now next is conspicuous. Conspicuous necessary. What happened? Conspicuous necessary means these goods are not very expensive, means not conspicuous, not very necessary. It falls between very necessary goods and conspicuous. These kinds of goods you don't buy because you need it. You buy because of demonstration. Demonstration. What is demonstration effect? Demonstration effect is when you see the people around you, they buy. A social group. Like example, you may not need a refrigerator. You may not need refrigerator because you never use it. You always use your hands to wash your clothes. But since your neighbor has it, or somebody you know has it, so you'll also buy because you don't want to feel that you have this. Like you may not like air condition kind of, but you are better with fan because of ABC reason. But since your neighbor has it or relative has it, so you want to have. This is how you get influenced by the society. So conspicuous, not very expensive, not very cheap. Means this is not a very superior goods, not very necessary goods. It falls in between. Refrigerator, TV, washing machine. These all are example of conspicuous. Here, what you say? If we get influenced by the society that they have it, so they have it, so I also need it. In that case, we don't see price. Even the price of the product is high. Just you want to have it, demand also goes up because we don't consider about the price. We don't concern about the price. We concern about I should have it because my neighbor has it or I know have it. So here again, the pattern of demand and price has positive relation. Price goes up, you don't care, you go and buy it. It's called conspicuous necessary. Understanding? Okay. Next is called future expectations. Very simple, I told you. Future expectation we have discussed last time. Previous question. Future expectation. How future expectation works? Let's say price is 10 today, demand is 10, example. Now future, the price will go up to 20. You understand? Of same product. Will you not demand more? Today, demand will increase. Why? Let's example, you bought, this is an example of yesterday. This was just yesterday price. This happens in share market mode, kind of. So yesterday price was 10, you bought 10 units. Now today the price is 20. You shall buy less, correct? It's more price, less demand. But what is happening? Demand is more. Why? Because you think that day after tomorrow, if I don't buy, the price is going to be 50. So will you buy at 50 or shall I buy at 20? Even the price will increase from 10 to 20. Instead of demand should fall. But since we think about future, the future price will be more high. Even at 20, price up, still demand is up. Why this happens? Because of future expectations. So here the price goes up and goes. Which relation? Positive. Understand? All these cases, demand curve goes, okay, we'll talk about that. In all these cases, the law of demand does not apply because price more demand. Understanding? Sometimes we go for irrational buying, or we call it impulsive buying. What is impulsive buying? Impulsive buying means like we don't buy products because you need it. Buy because, for example, any example like a heels, like the girls. Being a boy, will you buy heels because you like the design? That of course not. But yeah, you made some people, they like they don't know why they're buying the product, but since they like the color, they like design, they like shape, whatever, packaging, they just buy it. So here, when you get impressed, when you don't apply, when you don't account, when you don't calculate that how you need it, just bought because you like the color, like the shape, designs, or you like the advertisement of the product. You know that this product will not going to use, but still you buy. This is called impulsive buying. Here again, you don't see the price. Let the price go up, still I buy it. But ABC reason. And if impulsive buying, yeah, more price, demand curve goes. Then next one is demand for necessary goods. Necessary goods, like the goods which you need at any cost, the price goes up. Will you not buy? Why? Yes. The more price, demand is also. You understand? And if your necessity, and your necessity is fulfilled, if in that case, in the price falls down, demand also fall down. For example, you're eating food. You're eating food, and video of it. ये देखो बड़ा छोटा. So necessary goods, let's say, with the price of, let's say, example, rice. You like rice, and then rice is price of rice increases. Will you not demand? It's necessary. Even the price goes up, you'll demand. So see, price more, demand more. Understand? Now, let's say you fulfill now. Let's example, you go to a hotel, you eat some food, you paid, price was high according to you. You still ate because you are hungry. Now you are satisfied. Same dish, if the shopkeeper asking you to get it 50%, probably you may not need it. Don't tell me that you buy, you're gonna I'm just talking right now, because you're fulfilled. Even the price is low, demand will not demand, because you are already satisfied. Here what is happening? Price goes up, demand goes up, price falls down, and falls down. So this is, in case of necessity, this also happen. Speculative goods, and there's one called speculative goods. Speculative goods and future expectations similarly. So I don't need to explain this. Same thing. Last one is ignorance effect. Let's get ignorance effect. Ignorance. Ignorance is something like, we assume that let's say, the price of the product, we know the price of the product in the market. We understand. But I mean, you cannot, I mean, this is, I won't say this is impossible, but it's quite difficult to know the price of the product in the entire market. Same, this example, you're buying a potato. Now you reach out to some shopkeeper. The shopkeeper offering you the potato at 60 rupees. Now you know that, and you bought from him or her, and you're expecting that this is the best price. No. If you would have seen other sellers, probably you would have get some discounts. But you assume that, no, I already know the price, so this is the best price. No. So what happened? You ignorant. You're not knowing that some other places the price is 40 or price is 35. Because you ignore. You ignorant means you do not know. Ignorant about the reality. But we assume that we know the price. What is happening here? If the same market, the potato price is 35, some other seller sells at 35, you should have gone to him and bought. But since you bought from somebody who gives you at 60 rupees, 50 rupees. Why? Because you're ignorant about the reality of the market. But you assume that we know the price. So what you did here? Price is 50. Up means 50 is of course more than 35, or demand is also high. What happens if you're ignorant about the price? You don't know what is the price in the market. In that case, you ended up buying more at high price. We have explained all the points. Please do let me know if any points. I mean, I just requesting you. Do let me know when I finish the question. Mom, you're present. Please do write me that. Or if you have any doubts, write that. Explain that. Okay. Next question is called. It's called movement in demand. and here happens because of this. Okay. In movement, we have two types: expansion, action. Okay. Now tell me, it happens because of price. If so, my question is expansion. Expansion, demand is expanding. If you know the law of demand, price is and price is low. It means if demand has to expand, right? Demand is increase. Price has to fall, then only demand will go up. This is a diagram. Y-axis quantity. So OP is the price. This is your quantity. Demand has to expand, so price fall. Price has fallen from P to 1. Demand expand from. It's called expansion. Okay. Contraction. If demand has to contract, demand has to fall down. See, price has to go up. Why? This is your. So OP is the price. OQ is a quantity. Demand has to contract. Anything contracting coming left side. Price going up. Price quantity demand Q left side. Contraction. Sam. Got it? Then the second is called change in demand. Change in happens not price. Other let's see. I'll this draw the diagram and then explain it. Price is OP. Y-axis here we take quantity. So OP is a price and OQ quantity demand. Now, not because of price, right? Price will not change. Price will be same, but demand will increase. Change in demand. This is called change in demand. We have two types. One is increase. So this is the original demand curve. One. can say the price is same but demand has increased. So no role of price. Price is same, demand has increased. It's called increase in demand. Opposite is called decrease in demand. Decrease in demand is same thing, not because of price factors. OP is the price. OQ original demand curve is the demand curve has to fall. Fall means demand curve is contracting, decrease is left side. Demand curve has fallen down side. And why demand curve has first is demand curve, demand increase, second is demand. Now we'll see the reasons of demand curve increase. Demand curve. First one, reasons for increase first is price of substitute. Okay, this example of substitute, you know, coffee. Tea price is 10, coffee price, let's no, let's make it same price for better. I consider both are similar substitutes, so I consider have the same price. Means both substitutes means both gives you same satisfaction. That's the reason prices are. Now let's rise in price of substitutes. That's the price of tea has increased. Now the demand of coffee will increase because coffee is 10, same satisfaction. Tea is 12, same satisfaction. Of course, a rational consumer will buy coffee because at 10 he getting more satisfaction. Now tell me, the price demand of coffee has increased, like how we have drawn like this. Demand for coffee has increased. This one. Is it because the price of coffee? No, price of coffee remains same. It's 10 only, but still demand has increased. Why? Because the substitute goods price has. It means role of price in demand of role of price in increased demand of coffee has. Means there's no role of price of coffee to increase the demand of coffee. Coffee demand is increasing not because of price of coffee. Price of coffee is constant, not changing. Still demand is increased because these substitute goods of coffee, that is tea, price has increased. There is a rise in price of substitute. Understand? We will see the reason for there. Similar reason, very similar reasons, logic. We'll say the reason for decrease. Reason for decrease. Okay. First is for increase, it was rise in price of substitutes. Here it will be fall in price of substitutes. fall in price of substitutes. Now see, example, same example. Then price is falling now. Let's example, price of tea becomes 7. It was increased before, now the price is fall. Now tell me, demand of will increase and demand of coffee will fall. Now tell me, this was demand of coffee. OP the price, okay. Demand of coffee was okay. But demand of coffee has reduced. Is it because of price of coffee? No, price of coffee is still 10. Because since the tea price has decreased, people buy more tea, so the demand of coffee has increased. Here the role of again price in decreased demand of coffee is nil. Price is playing no role because price is still 10 and has fallen. So these are the reasons of increase in demand and decrease in. Hope you understood. Okay. Next topic we have it is called elasticity. Elasticity means if, I'm just writing in the simplest possible way, if demand is changing because of different variables. Variables are factors. Factors mean like price, fashion, taste, preference, habits. These are variables. If demand is changing because of different variable, it's okay. And if not, and vice versa. Sorry, not vice versa. If not changing, demand is not changing because the variable may change. It may go up and down, variables, but demand is static. There's no change in demand. It's called inelastic. If demand is changing because of variable, it's elastic. Demand is not changing because of, let your taste, let your fashion change, let your income change, let's everything change, but your demand is not changing. It's called inelastic. But if it changes, now there are types. We have to learn 10 types of. In that, first we have, let's call it advertisement elastic. Advertisement elastic. It means, let's say when you produce a goods. So you'll produce a goods. This example, the goods is best quality, but nobody will buy unless people know about it. Very simple, right? And how will you let people know about your products? Only through advertisements, right? If you don't do advertisements, people will not know. People will not know, not able to sell the products. So we are expecting, we are assuming, not assuming, yeah, most of the time it's true also. Your assumption is not a wrong word. When you put more money, we have spent a lot of money on advertisement, what we are expecting? We're expecting the demand of the product will go up because many people will know about the product or people will buy your products. It's called advertisement elasticity. We write this way, we can write if you want, we can write this way. Why? Why means, sorry. Then you can write A for advertisement. Okay, we read it, advertisement elastic demand. There's a formula. What is formula? percentage, delta means change, percentage change in quantity by percent by percentage change advertisement expenses. And so this is a formula for advertisement elasticity. Now, one is cross elasticity. D cross. We can write CORS. What is that? This happens when the goods are substitutes. Okay. Example. I'll write a formula, then explain it. Percentage. Explain. Let's say example. Take same example in coffee. Substitutes. Price of tea 10, coffee 10. Okay, the tea price has increased to 12. Okay, so demand will fall. Now demand of coffee will increase, right? Now see, the demand of coffee is increasing because the price of tea increasing. Demand of coffee is not increasing because the price of coffee has decreased. No, demand of coffee increasing because this substitute product, which is tea, price has increased. So the price of one goods increasing and demand of other goods increasing. And this can only happen when the goods are related. Related means either complementary or substitutes. There's a percentage change in quantity demand of commodity X. Or here you can say demand change, you can write coffee in our example. By percentage change in the price of Y. In our example, price of what? This ratio is nothing but cross elasticity. Why is it cross? Because both goods are price of somebody else, price of other good changing, and of other good changing, cross elasticity. We could do one advertisement elasticity, cross elasticity. Okay. Next is income elasticity. ED is Y. Y means income economics. If income increasing, what you expect? The demand will increase. Demand of which goods will increase? If income increasing, demand of normal goods will increase and demand of inferior goods will fall. That we have seen. So percentage change in quantity by percentage then income increases, demand increases. If income and decrease of normal goods, and same it will behave opposite when goods is inferior. So that you know, this is a three elasticity we did: income elasticity, cross elasticity, and advertisement. Now we have fourth type is called arc elasticity. Arc elasticity. See, this is called, let me explain both together so that we will have the, this is arc, this is called point elasticity. Point elasticity means change in demand at the point of time. Okay, and arc, change in demand over the period of Here, see, very simple. If you give a long time, demand will be more. I mean, see, demand by individual is more in 1 day or in 1 month. Of course, in 1 month, 30 days, it demand more. And if the time is just 1 day, demand will be more, less. Demand will be more in 1 hour or in a 24 hours. Of course, 24 hours demand will be more. In 1 hour, you cannot demand as much as you can demand in 24 hours. When the time is less, demand going to be, change in demand will be less. So when less means what? Point elasticity. Change in demand at the point of time. At the point of time is less. Less time, less change in here over the period of time. Over the period means more time. So more time, more change. This arrow means more. Over the period of time is arc. So when I say arc elasticity, change will be more because time is more. Point elasticity, at the point of time, change will be less because time is less. Now here we don't have formula like that. We have a different formula. You can put the value and calculate. You have the question answer. You can say arc elasticity. I say it arc, ARC, is Q1 minus Q1 plus Q2, 1 plus pi, 1 minus P2. This is the formula. Here Q1 is a new quantity, sorry, original quantity. Q2 is new quantity. Here P1 is an old price, P2 is new price. So in formula, the question they have given all this, you put the value. It's a simple board mass, very simple. So you can calculate. This is arc elasticity, but you have to understand the conceptually that arc elasticity is nothing but what? It's a change in demand over the period of time, and in point elasticity, change in demand at the point of time. In case of point elasticity, we have formula like delta Q by Q into P by delta P. I mean change in Q by original Q, original P by change in P. In formula, the question they will be given, of course. Put the value, get it. Simple. You understand? We could finish 5 types of elasticity: income, cross, advertisement, arc, and point. Now arc elasticity, we have one diagram as well. So we'll do diagram. This is for arc elasticity. So price, or better I should do arc price is changing, P to P1. Could you see the gap? It means this price will not, this P to P1, it not happen in 1 hour. It must have taken some time, month, 6 months, whatever. This is a long time. A long time price has changed from P to P1. Must have taken a long time. So of course the demand will also see the big gap, big change happening. This is your demand. Why you call arc? Because this is arc. You can give a name to it. You can say E and F. So EF is, this is nothing but arc. So it means demand had changed from E to F. It means it must have taken some time over the period of time. That's a diagram for arc elasticity. Get it? A point elasticity, we have we're gonna do it. Before that, we should go for the other types. So as of now, we could do 5 types of elasticity: arc, advertisement, income, and cross. I will go for other type, that is price. Now in price elasticity, price, when you just write ed, it means price elasticity. Okay, we don't have to write price and ed and price. No, just ed means price elasticity. Price elasticity of demand. So we have 5 types of price elasticity. We have 5 types. We call it first unit type. First we write a formula. So ED means price elasticity, percentage, quantity, percentage change in quantity, demand, price. First we have unitary elasticity. What happens in unitary? The change in demand and change in price is equal. It means if the change in price happens 10%, demand will also change 10. So 1. Getting me what I'm saying? Price fall by 10%, demand increase. Price increase by 10%, demand will decrease by 10. If price fall by 5%, whatever change in price happening with the same ratio demand, the same percentage demand. Okay, so 10 by 10, 5 by 5, 100, 100, just 1. It means ED, if elastic demand is 1, call it unitary. It means demand change and price in are same. If I draw the diagram, quantity. Now here, make a diagram, be sure this is P and Q. Change in price and change in quantity demand is same. So make sure that this gap between P and P1, this one, should be same gap, should be between Q to Q. This gap and this gap should be same. And it shows that delta so that change same. This is unitary. Change in price and change in demand both are same. You got it? This is unit. Second is that relative elasticity. Relative elasticity demand. Here what happened? Change in demand is more than the price change little less and demand change more than change in price. Okay, see the formula. It means percentage change in quantity by percentage. What did I tell you? Percentage of demand is change in demand is more, right? Demand is, let's say, you could take any figure, 20 by 10. Change in demand is more. There's a 20%. Here just by 10%. So how much it is? 2. So if your elasticity of demand is more than 1, because we compare with unitary. Unitary is 1. This is 2, means more than 1. So if I put the figure diagram, y price. Now demand is more than change in price, correct? Price change less, demand change. See the gap. P1 gap is less and Q1 gap is more. Change in P is less, change. This is your relative elasticity. And this happens normally. The goods are luxury goods. Example of luxury good, this kind, this in case of what say it's right, in case of unitary, example, you necessary good or normal goods. So we could do relative elastic, sorry, unitary and relative elastic. Now go for third one. Relative inelastic. Change and is less, is opposite, is less. Price the formula percentage by here change in demand is less, 10 by 20, 5.5 is less than 1. We compare with Okay, this was your relative inelastic. Relative inelastic was, I'll go for one more time. Change in and change price is more correct. Here your formula is percentage change in quantity by percentage price. Said change in demand is more, sorry, less than by, sorry, 0.5 less than relative inelastic. Put this diagram price quantity OP is price, change in prices more, change in price is much, change in inelastic. So we could do 3 types of elasticity, so total is 8 types, 5 types of that one, and in price we 3 types, 2 more. So here unitary is done, relative elastic is done, relative inelastic is done. Now fourth one is perfectly elastic. Here what happens? Small change or no change price infinite formula, you know, percentage quantity price. Here change in multiple. Here is this example. I said no change in price, but demand 100 and it's a lot. What's the outcome? So when E infinite perfect elastic, put in diagram. Quantity. OP is a price. OP infinite quantity okay. Elastic. So we could do 4, total 9. Perfectly inelastic. change and change in demand is and price yeah demand is formula percentage quantity here change in demand is nil. If I put this in figure by price quantity, price can be anything, P, P1, P2, P3, for any price, but quantity is not changing it. Example, you can saving medicine, salt, sand. So this 10 types of elasticity finish now. Anybody has any doubt why you do that? These were all the please do write me anybody problem or so that you can look for another one. Another question. Nobody has doubt? Next question talk says that is called outlay means expenses. Given by Alfred. See, here by the way, in total outlay method, we have to look only for three one. I mean, see, the price elasticity, we have 5 types of price elasticity, but here, while calculating total outlay method, we for 3 types. I'll tell you exactly what I mean. So here we go only for E1, 3, then 1 elastic. This 0 and infinite part of it. Elastic. So how it works? Let's see. This is your price. Then your total outlay. Then your see the price is 5. Okay, when price is 5, demand is let's say. So total outlay means how much you spent. Percenting depends upon total outlay is nothing but price into quantity, right? The price is 10, you bought 100 goods. How much is 1,000 rupees? Oh, so 520 is how much? 100, 300. Okay. Now, let's say price decrease to 4. As per law of demand, price demand should go up. Demand is 20, still 100. And see, price is falling down, demand is going up, but total outlay remains same, 100, 100. This is the matter of unitary. So for same again, 5, 4 is 30, 30, 120. What is happening now? When price falling down, demand going up, and total outlay also going up. Second case, this you can say first, second case. This is a matter of more than relative. Last one, same 500, 4, 22. See, price falls, demand goes up, and total outlay also goes. Price goes down and goes up, and total outlay falls. This is a less than inelastic. They ask you a question like that. They give a situation and they ask you, with price falls down, demand increases, but total outlay remains same. What is this? Unitary. Price falls down, demand goes up, total outlay also goes up. Relative elastic. Price falls down, demand goes up, but total outlay falls. Inelastic. That's all. This is what your total outlay methods or relative total outlay method. Hope you understood all these things. Okay. Go for next. Next question is point method, geometric, or point method. Calculate elasticity. Formula. Lower limit by upper limit. Or limit is also known as segment. See the how. Zero. Price. How many types of price elasticity we have? 5. So 5 points. L 5. Now we have to calculate. We have 5 types of price elasticity. 5 types of price elasticity. 5 points. At every point, we have one elastic. Which point? That's work. Okay. Now see here. Let's go for E first. Okay. I write G means geometric math. Okay. For point E, for point E, what lower limit by? I assume that the AB is 5, 5. One is the sign of or you go for next. For L, lower limit by upper limit. So the lower limit is small from L to B, lower limit small, L to A, big. Lower limit has small, upper limit. Lower limit is small, upper 0.5. 0.5 is what? Relative in. Get me? Now come to M. Lower limit by upper, opposite. M, lower limit is big, upper limit is same. Now fourth one is EDSBI. Lower limit is 0, upper limit is relative, perfectly inelastic. Only one left. Understand? Anybody has any doubt? Example, medicines. Medicines, like let's say when you buy a medicine, we're talking about the perfectly inelastic demand, correct? So I said, what is perfectly inelastic demand? The price may be anything, but demand will not change. Let's say there's a doctor, somebody falls sick, doctor suggests him buy a particular medicine, and doctor told him so that every day, morning, evening, one tablet. Okay. Now he's going to shop, buy that medicine. He was expecting that medicine will cost him $100. But when he has gone to the shop, and asked the price, the medicine which he was expecting to be 100 is 50 now, 50. Now tell me, doctor asked him to one medicine in the morning, one medicine in the evening. Since the price of the medicine low, less than what he expected, will he buy 2 kg or 3 kg medicine, or maybe instead of 5, will he buy 10? Instead of taking one medicine in the evening and one medicine in the morning, will he take 2 or 3? Or no matter, it's a 50 rupees or 100 rupees or 500 rupees, he will take one medicine in the evening, one medicine in the morning. That's what as the doctor suggests. It means no matter the medicine is cheaper or expensive, the demand is same. Same means at what doctor suggests, it will not change. Please acknowledge and do let me know that you did understand or you wanted more questions. No. Doctor suggested one and one. One medicine. My question is, doctor told him to take one medicine in the evening, one medicine in the morning. Now, if the medicine is cheaper, will he take 2 medicine in the morning and 2 medicine in the evening? Or it does not matter the price. What matters? What matters is doctor. Doctor told one. If cheaper, it's still one. If it's expensive, it's still one medicine. It's cheaper, he will not buy, he will not take 2 medicine in the morning, 2 medicine in the evening. That's what I'm saying. And if it's expensive, still he'll buy 2 medicine, one. Price does not matter. Then also same word, doctor. Yeah. I'm saying same thing. It's the doctor matters, not the price of medicine. The patient will take the medicine as per doctor's suggestion. He will not change the quantity of medicine because medicine is expensive or cheaper. That's what I'm saying. The demand of medicine will not change. Demand of medicine will be two only, one morning, one evening, no matter what the price is. Got it? I mean, lagging, not understand. Okay, you got it, right? You can't get you or you can get me. Did you understand? Right, yes or no? Okay. So yeah. So this is your. Now will come the last not chapter of this last question of this chapter. Now we understood all types of elasticity, 10 types of elasticity and other concepts and everything. Now we should supposed to answer all these questions. Factors affecting elasticity of demand. That's a question. First one. Availability of substitutes. See, so if more substitutes are available, goods will be elastic demand or inelastic demand? It will be elastic. How? Let's say Coke, Pepsi, Thumbs Up, 7-Up. These are lots of substitutes of similar, I mean, they are soft drinks, cold drinks. Let's make it for simple understanding 10, 10, 10. Price. These are price. Now, if the price of Coke increase 11, people will stop buying Coke and will go for Pepsi. If Pepsi price increased, people go for Thumbs Up. If Thumbs Up increase, people go for 7-Up. Now what is happening? These are, if the goods has lots of substitutes, a little change in price or change in price can reduce the demand of that particular products, correct? It means price changing, price increasing, demand decreasing. It means elastic. Yes, I did tell you, right? If price changing, demand is also changing, it's elastic. Price changing, demand not changing is inelastic. As the gentleman was asking, let's say Niranjan was asking about the medicine. This is inelastic. No matter what the price is, demand is not changing. Demand going to be same. But here, since goods, these cold drinks have lots of substitutes. The price of one change, people will jump for another. The price of another change, people will jump for others. This is called, so if the goods have lots of substitutes, it means this is elastic. Understand? Let's example, there's only one cold drink, only Coke in the market. There's no Pepsi, Thumbs Up or 7-Up. In that case, what happens? No matter what the price of Coke, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20. People, those who need, those who wants to buy cold drinks, buy only Coke because they don't have any substitutes. Understand? Even the price of Coke goes up, will have to buy. So this is what is more substitute of the goods, more elastic. Less substitutes, less elastic. No substitutes, perfectly inelastic. Coke price let go up, come down. All those who are needs it, they'll pay and buy. Okay. Position of second point is amount of income consumer spend on commodity. Yeah. Let's say the consumer is spending, this example, there's I'll take an income 100, 1000. There's one products A, prices 50. So this guy, income whose income is let's say 100. Let's say assume that he has spent all money on goods A. How many units he buy? Mr. Y buying 10 units. Now what happened? This man, let's say he just buy one commodity. So when he spend one, it means this the guy whose income is 100, when he's spending his income on goods A, he is spending 50% of his income on this company. And just keep it simple, he also buys this one unit. He is spending big percentage of it. This guy, the guy who has 1000 rupees income, spending very small portion of it, 50 rupees out of one. So in that case, let's example, if the price of the product has increased, so this man is spending only 0.5%, 50% of his income. This man is spending very small portion of his income. In that case, if the price of the products A has increased to 70, then this man, the man whose income is 100, he is spending now big portion of his income on. If he still wants to buy goods A, he is spending huge portion of his entire income on goods A. He probably may not buy. He will start thinking about other products. That can he buy some other products, because he is spending huge portion of his income on. But even the price becomes 70, the guy who has 1000 rupees income, for him, it still is a small portion of his. So my question is, what I try to tell you, if you're spending huge portion of your income on some goods, demand is elastic. It means little change in price, you may start thinking that shall I still buy these products or products. And if you spend a very small portion of your income on any goods, no matter what the price is, you still buy, because that's very cheap for you. Example, when you buy a lemon, and even the lemon price becomes double, 5 become 10, will you stop buying? No, we'll still buy, because if your income of 1 crore, so 5 rupees of 1 crore is 4% income you're spending, right? So big portion of your income you're spending on any goods, small portion inelastic. Understand? Third, nature of commodity. What is nature of? Now, nature of commodities is like, example, food, house. What are they? They're basic needs. Even the price goes up. Is elastic inelastic? It's inelastic. Even the price of food goes up, still you buy because food is important, right? If the goods are necessary, demand is inelastic. Okay? And an example of gold, diamond, luxury. If the price of this product increases, demand may fall because these are not luxury. These are not necessary. Oh, this price goes up, okay? If you don't have diamonds or gold, of course, nobody will die. So nature of commodity also decides the goods going to be elastic or, if it's necessary, then inelastic. If it's not necessary, understand? Next is fourth one, number of uses. Number of uses. Number of uses means goods has some goods has many uses. Take example of milk. Milk can be used for many purposes. Make pudding, cottage, sweets. Yeah. Let's say it means milk has many uses, right? And let's say the price of milk has increased doubled price has. Now tell me, if the milk price has doubled, an example is tea is mandatory. I mean, people have habits of having milk in a tea. If the price of milk has increased, still people will buy milk, maybe for tea purpose. Because tea is mandatory because many people have the habits. But you can curtail the demand for milk for pudding. So demand for milk for pudding is low. I'm not saying zero, low. This can be, example, zero. You stop buying for cottage cheese. For sweets, again, you can say the demand is low. What is happening? If the goods has many demands, many uses, and price of the goods has increased, not exactly double. Double, I just example, it can be more than double, it can be less than double, but yeah, just increased. And for you, it become expensive. So what will do? You will curtail the demand of that products. Here, in case of milk, you may not make paneer out of it, that is cottage cheese. You may reduce the demand for pudding. You may reduce the demand for sweets. You may not reduce the demand for tea because tea is very mandatory. People have habits of it. It means if goods has many uses, price goes up. In that case, the demand may fall down of the goods, of the product, which is not of so important. But just if goods has single use, example tea, and tea is like habits, no matter what the price of the milk, you'll still buy. Understand? The number of uses also affect the demand for the elastic or inelastic. If more uses, elastic. Less uses. Next is time period. Time period means like, see, very simple. If I give you a 1 day to eat a particular product and 1 minute, particular product, in which time frame, time period you will eat more? Of course, if I give you 30 days, sorry, 1 day, 24 hours, right? Because you eat and then wait for some time, again got digested, again you can eat, and like that. If a time period is more, right? Time is more. Demand is elastic, right? Demand will change. Demand is okay. For 24 hours, you keep eating, keep eating, keep eating. Demand is increasing. Demand is changing. Give you time. Let's say I ask you to eat right now, and you ate food and you are 100% satisfied, and I'm asking you eat again right now. I'm not giving you even 10 minutes. Who is right now? What do you say? I'm already satisfied. I cannot eat. If you want me to eat something, like, you have to give me some time. And if there's no time, I'm not giving you no time. Time period is very less. Then demand is inelastic. Demand cannot, because you already consumed. You cannot increase the demand. So more time, elastic. No time or less time is less elastic. You cannot adjust and in the time period. Next. Consumers' habits. Anybody, if you have habits of anything, okay, elastic means like if demand can be changed, is elastic. If demand cannot be changed, is inelastic. Let's say, I'm telling you, let's say you are, example of shoes. Okay, you're buying a particular shoes, that particular brand of shoes has become 100% more expensive. You used to pay 5K, now you're paying 10K. So will you still buy the same shoes, or you can think of another shoes? Oh, it's too much, man. Example, if you think that 10,000 not worth, then look for other brand of shoes. It means the price of the shoes has increased, demand has changed. It means elastic. And I go with the same medicine. No matter what the price is high, price is low, no matter what, demand will be of same quantity. You cannot increase the quantity because of medicine, because medicine is cheaper. Make sense? Got it? Not understand? Elastic means let's say you're buying a rice. Per month you buy a particular rice. The price of rice, what you buy, costs you 100 rupees per kg. Now, if the price of the same rice become 50, from 100 to 50, and every month you buy the same rice. Now tell me, you used to buy 10 kg of rice when the price was 100. Now the same rice price become 50. And rice you can store. It's not like, cannot store for 10 years, but you can store for years or maybe. Will you not buy more rice because the same rice price has decreased from 100 to 50? Will you not buy more and store it? So price of the rice has decreased from 100 to 50 and demand increased. You increase more. You bought more price. It means demand got changed because of price. This is elastic. Means elastic means because of price, demand can change. And now come to example of shoes. You're buying a shoe. Let's say you buy 8 number of shoes. 8 number. Sure, that's your size. So shopkeeper tells you that, hey, if you buy 8 number shoes, you have to pay 2,000. And there's one more shoes which is 10 number. 8 number shoes cost you 2,000 and 10 number shoes cost you let's say 1,500. Now tell me, will you buy 10 number shoes because it's cheap, or you will still buy 8 number because that's your size and paying 2,000? Yes, exactly, 8 number. It means if your shoe size is 8 number, no matter the price is 2,000 or 1,000, you will not buy 7 number because 7 number is cheaper, and you not buy 10 number because 10 number is cheaper. Here, the price of 8 number shoes, no matter what, you will buy. Demand is inelastic. The shopkeeper cannot say that, hey, please buy the 9 number shoes because that is cheap. I cannot buy 9 number shoes, even though it's cheaper because my size is 8. So, no matter what the price of 8, this is called inelastic. Price changing, but demand is same, 8 number only. Hope you got it now. Elastic means changing, inelastic means not changing. I'm not talking about more number and less number. I told you about the let's example of salt. If this let's example, per month you buy 1 kg of salt, okay, at 50 rupees per kg. Next month the price of salt become 5 rupees per kg. Will you buy 20 kg of salt or still 1 kg? Exactly. It means if the price of salt is increasing or decreasing, demand is constant. You cannot buy because that nature of the product is such that you don't need more salt because it's cheaper. You don't need, because salt, when you use in vegetables or other food, it's fixed. It's not like that salt become cheaper, so let's buy salt. Some products nature are such that their demand does not change with the change in price. Like salt, I told you, I like salt. Medicine, okay. Next is consumer habits. Example of any habits. Habits means, like, say, liquor. People drink alcohol. I'm talking about cigarette, the drugs. Could you tell me, in all this matter, habits, demand is elastic or inelastic? It's inelastic. No matter if somebody has addiction of cigarette or any this intoxicating stuff, drugs or something, bad things. No matter what the price is, he makes sure that he has it. Yes or no? So no matter what the price, demand is same. They will demand it. It means any kind of habits, it's inelastic. Not change because prices. You see, on cigarette, government has imposed so much of taxes. On liquor, so much of taxes, but still demand of liquor and cigarettes and other things is so high. Why? It means they don't care. They need it, means need it. Otherwise, the body needs it. I mean, habit, inelastic. Any kind of habits is inelastic. What the price is, no matter, people buy. Joint demand. Joint demand means complementary. I told you, pen and ink. If you have pen, then will you not buy ink? No matter what the price of ink is, will you still buy ink? Understand? No matter what, because if you have a car, will you not buy fuel? You have to buy a fuel. Otherwise, you don't buy car only. If you have a car, you have to buy a fuel. It means joint demand is inelastic. No matter what the price is. If you have a car, petrol is expensive or cheaper, you will buy. Last one, price range. If goods are cheaper, right? Goods are cheap. Cheap means not quality. I'm talking about the price. Price of goods is cheaper. Example, matchbox is just 1 rupees. Elastic or inelastic? Even the price of matchbox increased by 100%. It become how much? 2 rupees. Will you stop demanding? No. These goods are very cheap in price. Even the price goes up, demand does not change. So Very cheap goods price is inelastic, no matter what the price, because even price increase is still cheaper. If the goods are expensive, elastic. And by that we could finish the first chapter is over, both the units. Second chapter, second unit, first chapter. First unit, both chapters done. Second unit, first chapter is full. Hope you guys have understood. Yes, elastic means variability. Yes. Change means elastic. Change means variability. Yes. Elastic means variability. When it varies, is elastic. It does not vary, is.